believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light. And I think you said that has.
I had to play a little of that. Yeah, we are really dealing with a real harebrained situation here right now, folks. Yeah, I had to throw that out there. Donald Trump actually said, and we're going to play that loop for you today, actually said that people should use disinfectant injected in their body to get rid of the disease. Yeah. Apparently he's okay with people being injected. That's number one on the list. Like, what's wrong with this guy? I'm asking the guy to not tell people, or basically to say he's not going to force vaccinate anybody, and he's out there telling people to, inject you. And then he retracts it and says no. He was being sarcastic. Good evening, welcome everybody. I'm David Sponheim. America's Third Party. We're digesting this incredible nightmare on Freedom Friday. Day 40 of our 14-hour show, nonstop, shut-in show broadcasting. I'm in a new realm. I don't think anybody's ever been able to do this. Nonstop broadcasting without any glitches whatsoever. Quite a few troll attacks and DDoS attacks, but it's amazing that I've been able to do this. Now, if you have a big problem with the show, we kick you out of here, okay? If you're jealous of the fact that I've got invincibility when it comes to internet endurance, gee, I'm sorry for you. Yes, I am wearing sunglasses because it's been a long battle to get to day 40. I will admit that. Now, COVID-19 treatment plan of hydrochloroquine, which was touted by Trump, and I want to say a good thing about Trump right now before he starts talking about disinfectant. When Trump started saying, hey, let's do this chloroquine thing, it actually makes a lot of sense. And I've listened to a lot of doctors, but it has to be done with zinc. So, of course, the FDA didn't test it with zinc. They didn't do a double-blind study on it. I reviewed it and found various variables not covered, like the fact that zinc has to be administered for it to work. And because they made those decisions, they then have disputed the entire plan as being useless. Because the FDA is in cahoots with the CDC to push this vaccination, which, by the way, can't be done. This virus is mutating, and there's over 44 variants of it around the world, some more severe than others, but they're all beatable with standard antiviral techniques. And we've listened to a lot of experts in the subject, and they've verified that antiviral techniques are perfectly good in this particular instance. That's all we need. It's not like going to take you out either. I mean, there's so many things that are overblown about the virus. When I put it all in perspective, and we talked about this the other day, it seems like it's no worse than the seasonal flu. It's actually mild compared to that. This is going to solve all your problems when I put this chart on the screen right now. You ready? This chart represents almost a overwhelming variance between the number of people that die at the top per day in the world of tuberculosis, and then Hep B, hepatitis B, and then pneumonia, and then HIV, and malaria. Look at down here at the bottom. It's almost insignificant. That's how many people, the orange mark is how many people are actually dying of COVID-19. Isn't that amazing? That's it, right there. Can you imagine? And we've shut our economy down over this. This man, Donald Trump, is a buffoon. I've talked about this before. He's simply doing what he's told by the New World Order. Donald Trump is a puppet of the New World Order. Bottom line, he's become their political toy. What they can play with him. All they have to do is say, "Oh, we'll dangle this in front of you. You're going to make a lot of money, you and Jared, on the COVID test kits, Donald. You can put it on eBay. Oh, Jared, did you hear that? We can put it on eBay. We can make him. Martin Shkreli can make them. I heard that he's working on a test kit." Okay, so sure enough, they're going to buy one test kit for $3 and sell it for $240 is their target retail price. But Donald will make $150 minus $3 on that test kit, and Jared will. They're in it for the money. And when you look at what they've been doing for the money, it's hurting our country big time. Big time. Yeah. Let's listen to Donald talk about the disinfectant. I know you're waiting for that. "I am not a puppet. I am a real person, like you. I am human, like you." Welcome. We're going to play that little video for you. I have it right here, I believe, queued up.
Him in check, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number in the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that so that you're going to have.
Does he sound like he's being sarcastic? Really? It doesn't seem sarcastic to me. But yet Donald Trump is saying now he was being sarcastic. Flat out lying. He's suggesting using a disinfectant injected in our body. And Biden started saying, "Oh, that's like bleach. You don't want to use bleach," which is good because Biden knows.
Disinfectant for doing this, maybe on the hands, would work. And I was asking the question of the gentleman who was there yesterday, Bill, because when they say that something will last 3 or 4 hours or 6 hours, but if the sun is out or if they use disinfectant, it goes away in less than a minute. Did you hear about this yesterday? But I was asking a very sarcastic question to...
Caught in a lie, yep. He was caught in a lie, flat out. There's no doubt about it. Yes. It pays to not walk through the trees with dirt flying in your face. I'll go back to this format. Yeah, it's a little too dark around the eyes. Please spray. Okay, thank you. Let's spray, everyone. Let's spray. I hope you all have your fresh fruit enzyme spray built by now. I can't give you the Fountain of Youth water, but it is a good combo, even with filtered water. It's true. I mean, the glasses make my hair look better, but I notice that they don't like sit straight on my nose. So I hope you realize that the entire show is all about my hair. Yeah, this is the entire show. The rest is just like nonsense. Yeah, I hate to say it, but everybody's mostly concerned about my hair, not what I have to say. Because I've been saying the same things over and over again. A lot of people don't acknowledge it or agree with me that they think Donald Trump is a smart guy. He's a very smart, stable genius. So you'd like to inject your foot up his ass. Wow. Well, that sounds violent. I wouldn't want to hurt the president. Yeah. I see a sad guy, and I see a guy who's kind of caught in the middle of his greed. Now, bear in mind, if you understand the psyche of Donald Trump, he only cares about himself. So to shut your economy down and then force a vaccine on you or a COVID test system with an RFID chip, that's not a big deal for him. Yeah, I don't have pink eye. I have a speck in my eye. Thank you. Hey, if you have a splinter in your eye and and you're attacking somebody with a mote in their eye, what do? Well, let's talk about Joe Biden and his functionality. He's going through some facial exercises here in this meme that was created for him. It's a sarcastic, satirical meme, No one expects Joe to be this out of it at any given time. But according to a doctor in Norway, yeah, the doctor in Norway, let me bring it up for you here. Yeah, you're done with the Donald Trump section there. Yeah. Oh, there's a Donald Trump again there. Yes. There is a doctor in Norway who says that Joe Biden is experiencing what is called galloping speed dementia. An opinion published by Nettavisen entitled "Why Democrats Are Rallying Behind a Possibly Demented Candidate," Hagen, who is also a medical director at the Losenberg Diakonal Hospital Psychiatric Clinic in Oslo, says that the presidential candidate is suffering from obvious cognitive failure. Yes. So I think it's safe to say that by the time Donald Trump, gets to the point where he wants to take on Joe in a debate, he'll be so full of himself, he'll be telling you, disinfectant could be used on the tables and in the debate, talking to each other while Joe is unable to utter a word. That could happen. So bear in mind, both parties produced really bad candidates, not only this election, but last election too. And now the whole world is hijacked over this amount of deaths in the world. We can't bring our country back. We shut our entire government down. Okay, let's see what's going on in Sweden. Are they coming up with new solutions for this minor influenza problem? Oh yeah, meet the exosome, the rising star in drug delivery. Companies are hoping to use the vehicles to package small molecules or protein RNA drugs, or even use them as therapies themselves. So what, are they going to inject exosomes in us? I don't like the injection process. I'll take a tablet. But good night, Vorpalbite. Sleep well, man. Trump doesn't. He's just completely weak. I agree. Yeah, so they've discovered exosomes live in the body to get rid of toxins, and they look very similar in structure to viruses. So look at that exosome. Looks kind of like the coronavirus, doesn't it? Yeah. So that's an interesting little take. People are looking at that as possibly maybe we're getting false readings of the COVID because we're all experiencing too many toxins in our environment. Breaking news. Let's take a look. We're going right to the news from Politico. Trump owes tens of millions to the Bank of China and the loan is due soon. Yes, I know. I was talking about Trump's debt to China recently. He has $600 million invested with Asian banks. Oh, no wonder he was working on a trade deficit. Yeah. So Trump is using our trade policy to kind of leverage his deal with China. Yes, it's that sick. It's that corrupt. It is. Trump himself has tens of millions of dollars in debt to China. In 2012, the real estate partner refinanced one of Trump's most prized New York buildings for almost $1 billion. The debt included $211 million from the state-owned Bank of China, its first loan of this kind in the United States, which matures in the middle of what would be Trump's second term, financial records show. Steps from Trump Tower in Manhattan, the 43-story 1290 Avenue of the Americas, skyscraper spans an entire city block. Trump owns a 30% stake in the property, valued at more than $1 billion, making it one of the priciest addresses in the portfolio according to his financial disclosures. Trump's ownership of the building received a smattering of attention before and after the 2016 campaign, but the arrangement with the Bank of China and its impending due date in 2022 has gone largely unnoticed. The revelation complicates one of Trump's emerging campaign attacks against Biden, that the former vice president would be a gift to the communist country and America's chief economic rival. You know, I think Trump likes to play leverage. He likes to build leverage against everybody he's working with. So he's used our trade policy with China and thrown it under the bus in order to gain leverage over the loans that he has. That's pretty simple. Pay Peter to pay Paul, take from Peter to pay Paul. Hey, what is the most PCP you've ever smoked? I never have smoked PCP. I ran into a couple people that did angel dust. Yeah, a long time ago. Back in the 80s, a couple guys walked up to me and nearly tried to mug me on angel dust. Yeah. Yeah, they're weird. I mean, they're very unpredictable when they're on angel dust. They're like, anything's possible. Hey, yeah, take this, rob that, do this. It's very weird. Avoid angel dust. Rodney King was on angel dust, when they beat him up. Well, that's what they say. I don't know. I didn't get the talk screen on that. Hey, let's talk about what else is new with Joe. Well, his facial exercises are going very well. He'll be ready for the upcoming election, and if he does have a debate with Donald Trump, it'll be essentially like a drooling contest, I think. I'm not making any fun of anybody drooling right now, so don't think that's a personal slam against people who are drooling. I got this tie from Metanemesis, yes, very kind of him. The old one is still in the closet. I still have it for road trips. Oh yeah, if I ever have to do Freedom Friday on the road, I have the other one. It's a little bit rougher. I've tried to keep this one nice. But yeah. There's an example of a person who's obviously perverted because he liked the way he likes to touch kids and older people. And then you've got that fact that he lied, which is kind of a sad thing. Now, I can't play it right now because they'll kick me off of YouTube if I play this. Biden doesn't like that. He doesn't like it when you talk about. Now, I don't know. Maybe they won't. Hang on.
Three. Joe Biden ranked 76th in a class of 85 at the University of Syracuse Law.
Okay, that's all I could play you. Well, we do know that Joe Biden actually performed better in college, even though he was at the very back of his class, than Donald Trump. So on a level of who's a more stable genius, I think we should. No, he didn't pay to be a mod. No, hardly. No. I'll tell you why I chose Meta as a mod. I told him this myself. I said because he was homeschooled. Yeah. That alone gave him a big brownie point with me. I have respect for people that are homeschooled. I do. They have a harder track in life. They do. It's more difficult to integrate in society. And it also cultivated great intelligence. Yeah. Like the other night, he spotted Rodney coming in under his alternative name, Yendor. And he spotted it immediately. And Rodney says, so you knew. His name was Rodney spelled backwards, Yendor. And he knew it. Yeah, so that's the kind of mod we need. Sharp, right on. They nailed it. He nailed it. Yeah. I remind myself of Abe Lincoln. Yeah, I do. I look just like him. I'd rather talk about my hair, but if you want to talk about my face too, let's do that. Because are you gay? Really? I'm just trying to not focus on the disaster around us. I'm focusing on the minuscule nature of this disease, and I want you to keep focusing on that. That's the primary thought process we're currently working with. Slowly understanding the truth. The truth will set us free. It will unbind the knots that we're in right now. There is no reason to force vaccinate people. There's no reason to COVID test people. These people are nuts. My governor is nuts. There's something wrong with him. If we had a serious outbreak and they didn't just send the USS Comfort back home from New York, and good old nipple rings didn't pump up all the death counts so he could get more money for the state of New York, nipple rings, Andrew Cuomo, he has these nipple rings. You can't help but notice them when you're talking to him. How can he have a normal conversation with anybody? They're like, the end game is a potential ELE. Yeah, an extinction level event. If we're really in the footing of a war footing like we are right now, the most likely stance is for something that they're not telling us. That's the best thing I can offer you right now. Well, I mean, we've been through tough times before, like a long, long time ago. The terrible Civil War. Let's not forget that. I don't remember it, but my chromosomes do. It was awful. One of my chromosomes just said, Dave, we don't want to repeat this. I run the site. That's correct. Some people think I'm not even Dave. Some people think I'm this guy. I don't think so. We're driving the Chevy to the levee, and the levee was dry. When good old boys singing whiskey and drinking whiskey and rye, singing, "This'll be the day that I live." Hey, everybody. You thought I was just a guy on Shameless that likes to drink? No way. They did a lot of work on my face, but I look better now, I think. Fiona, get me a beer. No, that's William H. Macy. The biopic. There's really no reason to think that any one of us is really, in danger right now. But we've got a bunch of socialists in our democratic states that are like, blah, 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 blah. So now everybody across the nation, every sheriff out there is listening to these governors say we're going to, force people to be checked and COVID ID'd and then eventually vaccinated. And every every sheriff is going, not everyone, but a lot of them. In Franklin County, Maine, the sheriff there told their liberal governor in Maine to stick it. No way is he going to do that. He's not going to stop people on the road. It's dangerous for him. He didn't say stick it, but I said that. It's dangerous for him. It's dangerous for the cops to pull people over, especially in the state of Maine. You get a guy out there with a shotgun. You don't know what he's going to do, and he might be pretty drunk. I mean, it's not exactly the place you want to go force vaccinating people or COVID testing people. And then you got this idiot over here, Jay Idiot, we'll call him, Jay Inslee in Washington. And there's a Franklin County in Washington, and sure enough, the sheriff on the West Coast says the same damn thing. There's no way you could take away people's right to assemble, their right to their privacy, their bodies. You can't force anything on people. So what the hell is our country going through right now? Well, I can tell you, if we follow me toward the future, toward America's future, I guarantee we will not force vaccinate any one of you. I guarantee that. I'll give my life to fight for your rights to not be stuck with a needle, because we're all a little worried about these vaccines. They're pretty weird. One woman was fired. A doctor was fired by Dr. Fauci, or he stopped her project. I will say that she didn't really work for him, but Dr. Fauci, or Fauci, however you want to pronounce his name, he fired her, even though she found out that there were 28 million vaccines over a 7 or 8 year period that were contaminated with cancer cells. I mean, and the active cancer producing cells that'll cause cancer in your body. They're injecting it, people. Fauci scrubbed all her evidence. He committed a felony by doing that, and he's never been prosecuted. He got rid of all of her hard data, every bit of work that she had, took it all, and told her she's no longer on the project. Bye. Ruined her career, a top-level biochemist, and virologist. So Dr. Fauci's part of that little triumvirate. Bill Gates is part of it. Joe Biden is part of it, and Donald Trump is part of it. So we're stuck with a two-party system, a bunch of demented people running for office, liars, perverts, you name it. And nobody has any clear idea of why we're shut down our economy. And Biden, he doesn't care. I would be saying right now, if I were Biden, we should have never shut down the economy. But he's got to count out all these Democrats that want to suck off the socialist dick of the New World Order. Those same people that want to shove cap and trade up your ass. You heard me. The same ones that are trying to stick us with extra taxes on carbon when we know what's causing the world's problems. Weather modification. We went there last night. No, I don't need Visine. I'm good. Sarah's coming in anyway. I was out in the outside with my glasses on, and I got all kinds of dangerous particles in my eye. You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. Looking at depopulation here is their primary goal. They want to essentially, get rid of 90% of the population. They've said it themselves many times. I don't need to repeat their statements, but it's fun to do that either way. Ted Turner talked about it.
Our energy system are going to be erased by population increase.
So what do we do? Yeah, what's the way out, Ted?
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there
so
were
what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff.
But
if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. We're altering the climate and the world.
Well, he's right about that. They are altering the climate and the world. They're called chemtrails. And I hate to say it, but we are being dumped on. Yeah, it's a terrible plan. It's downright evil. Spray the skies, modify weather, and call out climate change as the big bad guy, claiming carbon is the thing, and we all should blame each other and tax everybody. That's the plan. It's like putting a giant guilt trip on us and having little Greta Thunberg act like, she's the one that's going to wake us all up. When we look at the planes themselves, retrofitted with all kinds of tools and abilities to just drop right chemicals anywhere they want. We see these places where they distribute them in the back of the planes. And then we see this across the sky, and I'm just like, by the way, this is a heavy metal spray that can alter the weather. So we're not dealing with carbon causing weather change. We're dealing with massive amounts of chemtrails. Now I'm going to bring you to Sarah's show, and you guys can hang out with her. Thank you. Here she is.
Thank you. Awesome. I like the blue background. It's even better than the Los Angeles cleaned up background.
It is. I prefer it.
Super calming.
It's very calming and peaceful.
Calm like me.
You're right. That is correct.
To be calm. Calm. Chill.
Totally chill.
Yeah. Anyway. David's gonna make my dinner. I've got some gray hairs coming in, as you can see, but I just flip it. There, that area is not so gray. Yeah, they are transition lenses, and I did just come in from doing some weeding outside. So, yeah, they're slowly adjusting to being back inside. Sarah Shelly asks, what is your secret for staying so calm and chill? Well, one of the things, I guess, for me, why do I stay so calm and chill? I try not to listen to a lot of the news, and I tend to not believe a lot of things I hear, so maybe that's it. I don't know. I try not to, like, you know how some people, if they only hear certain parts of a story, they can tell, people tend to tell their own stories in their head. And so sometimes if people hear a story and there's missing pieces, they'll fill it in with the worst possible, worst possibilities, I guess I'll say. Whereas I tend to bring in I try to assume positive intent. Do you ever get short-tempered with Dave, or am I always kind? I do sometimes get short. If I get short-tempered, I really try not to. Hi, Mr. Wella. I really try not to vocalize it. I think that's another reason I'm calm and chill. Is my mom said, my grandma said that if you don't have something nice to say, it's better to not say anything at all. And I was listening to a podcast or whatever. I was listening to a thing on Character Strong yesterday, and I can't remember who said it, but they were talking about it's actually a better investment to learn to be less negative than even to try to be positive. Because every negative statement that you say, then those negative statements, it takes like 4 to 7 positive statements to counteract any negative statement. So if you just don't say something negative, it's way better. And Connect and Joy says, so if you don't vocalize it, then you let it out in a different way. How do you let it out? I personally let it out through journaling, writing down. Like I have a bad journal. Like I've written in the front of the journal, burn this book. So if I die, please don't even read it. Just burn it, because all my negative thoughts, and I put them in one journal. And I actually have a couple of journals. So I try to put my negative thinking in like one journal and just like vomit on the page. And then the other journal might be more negative or just at least neutral. Miss Antherby says, just be ignorant of everything around you and let them get away with this COVID-19 scam. Great idea. You know, the thing is, I know some people, I don't know when it was. I was watching, there's this book that I started reading and I didn't finish it, but it was called The 4-Hour Work Week, and I totally have not lived by that. I put in way more than 4 hours just today in work. But one of the things he says in The 4-Hour Work Week is to not listen to the news. And also, if you want to have more positive positive interactions, just listen to don't watch the news. And I think that the thing about not watching the news is that the news that's really important is going to filter through. And does news really affect your day-to-day life? I mean, obviously, this COVID-19 news affects our day-to-day life and how we go about our daily lives and how we live our daily lives. But, really, a lot of it doesn't. Unless someone's actually banging on my door saying, I'm sticking a needle in your arm. I mean, I try to let that wash over me of like people being concerned about vaccinations or concerned about other things like that. I just don't don't let it bother me. I mean, I was listening to someone else that was talking about having critical conversations and how it's important to have, like, confront people and have conversations from a standpoint of love, but how it's important to, like, approach people and kind of have critical conversations with them. And there are some times where I avoid, maybe that's my problem. I sometimes avoid confrontation. David wants to do better than the current government. That's why he's running for president. The vice president of the United States is Mike Pence, former governor. But you're right. You're like, I don't even know who he is. What does his actions have to do with my personal day-to-day life? And I guess that's what I was trying to say is try to do good for, it's like a lot of the news and a lot of the things happening in the world don't necessarily affect your day-to-day life. I don't think so, Shelley, at least not now, but maybe someday you will. He doesn't view that role as that. I mean, that's what I would kind of view the role as. Truth hurts is, accountable to the constituents and things like that. I don't think David views the role in that way. I don't see you caring about random negative stuff in the news. I do understand that everything you do care about has a purpose, but I might contend that it has a purpose for you, which it might not have a purpose for someone else. 471 says, to you, everything seems one of the biggest effects of this virus is rampant lunacy. And Jack says, you got a portable 20 grams protein pack, honey roasted peanuts, beef jerky, and sunflower seeds. Delicious. And Shelley says, thanks for sharing that about yourself. So, and then another thing I've kind of been listening to is Brene Brown and vulnerability, and that's been interesting. Being vulnerable, being honest, speaking truth. I'm not always that vulnerable. Ravishing Hunk over in Vaughn says, Sarah, you should challenge David for the ATP nomination. No, thank you. I don't. I'm going to let David pursue his dream. Why not ask myself that? Maybe ask myself the other question. Okay. Need to go back to this. Oh, all right. Truth hurts says, Sarah, do you think if David was broken down 50 miles from home, do you think he would, what? No, David would not get a ride back to town like that. I totally get what you're saying, connect, enjoy, and you're right. I mean, you're right that the reasons that I do this cast and give David his breaks is probably because you wrote that you can tell I have a void of friendship, and maybe I'm seeking to have it filled through doing this cast, but you don't like me cutting into David's time, and I don't like cutting into David's time either. That's why I'm giving David a break. I'm trying not to cut into his time, but there are certain things that he needs to do. Would you rather him play videos instead in order for him to take care of some of the things that he needs? I don't know, Sammy. I wonder if a blimp plane would still operate with holes in it. The container wall might still work even if it had holes in it. No, I have plenty of friends. I do. I just, yeah. Yeah, you finally stumped me about what David would say to make me pick him as a bachelor. Yeah, I definitely don't want to steal any spotlight. That's true. I would agree with that. You hate, with the passion, what I was talking about. You hate ignoring the news or being vulnerable, or just, you probably hate people who, the idea of like, if it doesn't affect me, why should I worry about it? Do I think the cure for COVID-19 could be in the compost? No. Well, obviously, I think David enjoys this show. I don't know if he enjoys a quiet night at home. I don't know about that. You hate fake positivity, living in ignorance thing that liberals push. Then you hear them screaming about Trump or some other crap while ignoring everything else going on. That makes you want to rage. I understand what you're saying. I'll try not to scream about Trump or some other crap going on and ignoring everything else. I want to ignore it all, including Trump. But yeah. I could see it, especially the fake positivity. You're right about fake positivity. People want to be around people who are authentic and real and not fake. And people want to be around people who are real and not fake, even if they're not positive. Yeah, I totally understand it. Maybe I go to the positive side because maybe that's a defense mechanism. I feel there's so much negative constantly, and I feel I want to retreat from negative fear mongering. Fear. That's what I retreat from. I get you. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Miss Anthropy, and I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, if people are just positive for positivity's sake and they're not real, that's not helping anyone either. I really do try to retreat from it, Moonbase One. I try to retreat from the discussion of it. And it's as you say, you can't retreat from it. Yes, it does live with me. Not as aware, as far as I know, they're not installing 5G in the schools. I don't see that being installed or discussed as much as he needs to, Alex. Maybe I do need to get some other things to help. I don't know too much. I don't know. I think there are definitely chemicals that have been sprayed in the sky, but I think that the people who are spraying chemicals in the sky really are doing it because with positive intent. They believe it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying that the people that are spraying it believe it's a good thing. For instance, some people believe that if certain chemicals are sprayed in the sky, then it will help to stop the climate change effects. Well, I'm glad that you put your trust in yourself, Connect and Joy. That's who you should trust. Maybe I put my trust in David. That's how I survived this long. San Francisco's fog was used. The military conducted a test to see if it could help spread a biological weapon in a simulated germ warfare attack. Yep, I do believe that. No, their superiors believe that as well. The pilots and their superiors too much. I don't think that there are there are chemtrails being sprayed to purposely poison people. But At least I don't think that the people that are spraying them are doing that intentionally. David does use a microwave, yes. But I don't think David thinks that microwaves are dangerous, even though he believes that other things are dangerous. 5G, vaccines, chemtrails. Shadow, I kind of saw your question. Oh, has my ex Amber ever talked about me since our breakup? She meows all the time. Meow, Shadow, meow, Shadow. The unsuspecting residents of San Francisco could not consent to the military's germ warfare test, and there's good evidence that it could have caused the death of at least one resident of the city, Edward Nevin, and hospitalized 10 others. Microwaves have not proven to be carcinogenic with certainty in heavy research, or have proven to not be carcinogenic. And in fact, they're a very efficient way of cooking. David does not insist on using cheap stuff, and so we have the same toilet paper. But, I mean, if you don't want to use microwaves, that's perfectly fine. I don't judge you for using microwaves. Even if you do judge me for using microwaves. Yeah, why aren't chemtrails ever brought up in debates, press conferences, newspapers? I'm boring, but it's the only time no one gets banned. If I had my own channel, no one would come to it. That's why I just ride on David's coattails. Hello, Odin the cat. I think that's fine. I mean, there's a thing called an independent, independent expenditures or independent, if you do whatever you want to campaign for David, that should be completely fine. Thanks, Odin. I agree with you, Hunk. Clicked up. Yeah. You said something about India, but I didn't read it all. I was reading Indica for some reason. You heard India during this quarantine time, their power consumption has dropped 20%. Maybe they're using electric vehicles and electric trains. Maybe that's how their power consumption has dropped. As far you know what? The best thing for me to do, Misanthropy, is just say, you can do whatever you want and you don't have to ask me for permission. That's called an independent thing. And the less I know and the less I advise you on how to do that, actually, the better for the campaign. No, I really don't read David Twitter. Is that what got you to come in here, Alex? Yes, in a way, ignorance is bliss. Interesting, isn't it, Hunk? Yeah. Very interesting. I appreciate that, Misanthropy. Even more, David appreciates that. I appreciate that, Truth Hurts. 3, using proper grammar. If I ever fail to use proper grammar, yes, please let me know. Ah, large businesses turning out the lights. That's where 20% of the energy was being consumed in India. That would make sense. Ah, that's pretty funny, Odin. I don't know what Mad Dog is doing or having. Have I ever thought of injecting Clorox like the president suggested? No. CNN posted, who will take the blame for Trump's stupid ideas and advice? Take a wild guess. Anyone but Trump? You can't taste, it's the first time in 30 years when you go outside, you can't taste exhaust. That's fantastic, Steve-oo. Yeah, true. Well, FEMA camps, yeah, I don't know, Hunk. I still know someone that talks about those sometimes. Take a risk and do it anyway, and you don't even have to tell David about your site. You can just do it. Please don't encourage that, Hunk. So frustrating. He does both of those things. Notice my face gets serious. Not my happy place. Hey. Hello, beautiful cat. Wink, wink. No, Alex. No. You have your new... Wait, you're waiting for him to tell people to buy Tide Pods and use them to fight Corona. Wait, Trump, maybe? You got your new Withings thermometer connected to your Dematic. It says you're cold-blooded. Seems to work. My only retort to that, Hunk, is people have a right to their own ideas and freedom of speech. I can say I disagree with David's beliefs on some things, on quite a few things. Thanks, Truth Hurts. So this is your Thermo Withings thermometer. Let's show it on the show. The hottest thermometer, the coolest technology. Oh, that's very cool. Let's show it on the show. This is Dr. Meow's new thermometer, and it talks. Oh, really, Hunk? Please don't. Anyway, the hottest thermometer, the coolest technology. Something color-coded fever indicators, no contact required, up to 8 users, whatever that means. And batteries last up to 8 years. And it syncs with your Wi-Fi. How does it do it without contact? Like, how close do you have to be or something? So you can have Tom's temperature and Susie's temperature, and is it like that where it knows their temperature from other days? 8 users' temps can be logged. Thermo is a game changer. Now a fast, simple, no contact gesture. Just wave, something like that, 2 inches away from the person. Yields medical grade results right on the device and provides an automatic sync with the free Thermo app available for iOS and Android. In the app, you can track temperature readings, set reminders, and input related symptoms and medication for advice right on your smartphone. That's very cool. Withings. Highly accurate. It measures the temporal artery, considered an ideal place to detect temperature changes as the blood that circulates there comes from the core of the body. 16 infrared sensors take over 4,000 measurements. A revolutionary advancement in what we call hotspot sensor technology. Wow, this is very cool. Yeah, Reptoid, you don't even have to, it can be like 2 inches from you. No contact with skin required. Enjoy a contactless scan up to 1 centimeter from the forehead. 2 inches is a lot more than a centimeter. A centimeter is a half an inch. Alright, it does look pretty cool though. And Connect enjoys like, gullible people fall for it. God, I can see why you love David's show.
Bonjour à tous.
Thank you. That's the video for it. Alright, I'm glad you don't waste time on stuff. That's respectable. I do appreciate people not wasting time. Whoa, that is pretty crazy. I'll put that on the screen too. This is a view from a news chopper over Madison this afternoon showing the stay home protest against orders in Wisconsin. And some people on the ground are carrying long guns. with that. This is Madison, Wisconsin. This is all the people protesting in Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh, good. Are they doing it live right now? Or that was earlier today? Wow, that's wonderful. Yay, Madison! Right on. Sarah doesn't approve of people getting in crowds. Well, that's your choice. You know.
Whatever.
It's
I'm going to give the show back to you.
I believe in free will. Something that many of you may not understand someday. If the New World Order gets their way. Well, a MAGA hat, a syringe, and some bleach. That's the total Republican cat. The MAGA My Brothers.
Thank you very much. Screenshot from Amazon. Friendly bot together.
Did you see him talk about how to inject people? I have a video of it. You want to play
you
it?
do actually have a video? I thought you said like
No, I have it.
They cleared it or
Misanthropy
something.
got it.
Oh, good.
I'll play it for you. I don't have the MAGA. Yeah, I don't want the MAGA hat.
Thanks, Misanthropy. You did make me laugh.
Yes, thank you.
And Connect Enjoy is really enjoys your show.
Oh, good. I'm glad he finally
He
connected
does not
and enjoys.
enjoy my time on here.
Well, that's okay.
Or does he say
Everybody.
that same when you're on here?
I don't know. He doesn't say that, but it doesn't matter.
He thinks I should have my own show just so that I'm not interrupting your show because he loves you so much.
Well,
or enjoys your show so much.
We have a different style, and that's what makes this show more balanced, actually. It's one of our draws, our appeals. Here he is talking about the future of disinfecting injections.
Whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light. And I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number in the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors.
Okay.
But it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But the whole country.
Wow, he really tries to
Oh
sound
my God.
like he knows what he's talking about. He's always trying to sound like he's.
He always does. That's his biggest problem. His biggest problem is that, never mind, I should not. I promise, okay, Misanthropy, to go with your statement earlier. You're not going to say anything
Thank
about
you.
Trump.
All right, thank you. Your dinner is waiting. I made a nice
But I do appreciate it.
organic patty with spinach and mushrooms and onions. I'm good, thank you. Shadow, welcome.
Oh, thank you, David.
Yeah, it should be good. Enjoy.
Oh, appreciate it.
That was an organic beef burger I made her too. Back when we had beef, remember that? It was in our freezer in the back underneath the freezer burn section. A long time ago, there used to be beef on the planet, and we happened to have one last patty. I remember when, animals like Tyson Food used to be in, remember a long time ago, like last week when Tyson Food was actually operating, and now they shut down? They say that our food will be impacted so great that this will be epic, biblically epic. I can't help but think that Donald is behind this when he shut the economy down, because there's no precedent for doing that. And I have to keep reminding people, this is how many people die a day of the coronavirus relative to tuberculosis, Hep B, pneumonia, even the seasonal influenza. Much higher worldwide. And we're dealing with this, and we shut the entire economy down for this. And Trump can't seem to bring it to himself to go, well, I'd like everyone in the economy to start up, except you kids, you can stay off. School's out for summer. something like that. Yeah. So I just wish that Trump had just made that decision this past week, because it would have made a lot of people feel better. How are we doing over in our camera room? We're good. Nobody's been in our camera. Oh yeah, Maritimer's in here. Maritimer was hanging out in his backyard today out there in Canada, and he went inside and put his TV set on. But outside is beautiful. He's got a beautiful backyard, and it's gorgeous out there on the East Coast. Yeah, nice job, man. Yeah, you can go fishing off the East Coast out there in New Brunswick, all those areas. Nope, those are not lies. These are real numbers. Most of the COVID numbers have been completely rigged and padded by people like Dr. Birx, who even openly admitted to 50% of the numbers being kind of like, well, they're just people with problems that came in, and we call them COVID, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, she even said that. You want me to play it for you? I do that every night. Yeah, well, the fact is, this is a test of the New World Order. They're trying to, take over our world. You didn't know that was their plan? Okay, well, thank you for at least checking into our show. But yeah, that's been their plan all along, to take you and put you into a slavery condition. But you keep believing that somehow the Democrats are going to stop this, when we're now in what, 3 wars overseas over the same time period that the Democrats, Republicans have been in power? I mean, really? And now Donald Trump wants to start a war with Iran as another diversion? I mean, this is like right out of the diversion game. This is not a joke, folks. Chatroom Celebrity, thank you. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. We've got a guy who's working for Donald Trump that is actually, his only experience is in dog breeding, and he's running the coronavirus task force. I'm not kidding. Yeah, this guy, listening to Dr. Jared Kushner's advice in the matter, pushing, well, I'm not going to go with that story, but I will talk about who this guy is. Yeah, we need to get to the story, thanks. Brian Harrison, age 37. The move was somewhat surprising even prior to joining the administration in 2018. Azar's deputy chief of staff, he spent 6 years running a company called Dallas Labradoodles, which is not, in fact, some kind of code name for a firm doing cutting-edge medical research or developing vaccines or doing anything remotely related to humans. Instead, Dallas Labradoodles, which Harrison sold for $225,000 in April of 2018, pretty much does exactly what you expect. Sells Australian Labradoodles, which are a cross between poodles and Labrador retrievers. They're quite cute dogs, but he's running the coronavirus task force. That's what they look like. I'd like to know what he looks like. They always say that people look like they're breeders, you know? Brian Harrison. Yeah, I feel bad for the fact that Trump can't make any decisions, and it's very difficult for him to come to grips with the reality that, yeah, the HHS chief, Alex Azar, he's basically a former breeder. Look at that. He does kind of look like the dogs, doesn't he? God, what a nightmare. Having this president, being in the clutch of the New World Order, having no commitments at all from him saying not to vax, and now today saying that he wants to maybe inject people with disinfectant, maybe stick light bulbs in people. I mean, what the hell, people? He's an imbecile. What the hell why the hell did you stop the impeachment, you Republicans? My God, I would have taken Pence over this guy, although he's pretty bad too. It's not a wig. My hair is real. You can see that it's absolutely 100% authentic hair. We're on the eve of destruction. Well, when we get on the eve of destruction, then do we get to the morning of construction? Because right now we need to get onto the construction phase of helping our country. I've been censored for 12 years. I haven't had 1 second of media time. You would know that since you're censoring me for money. Yeah, you would easily know that. But you didn't want to figure that out, did you? Thermometer, frontal thermometer. This is a video. Are we? No, I'm in the morning of construction coming up. You may be on the eve of destruction, but we got to build this country back up.
J'ai reçu aujourd'hui un nouvel objet connecté de 8.
Put the smart temporal from my monitor in my face and I stick it somewhere and it gives me a read it. Let us take the thermometer, put it out, put it in, check the result. That's pretty cool. An online app thermometer. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, that'll be fun for somebody, I suppose. I should put that in cool tech. You know, I wish I could give you the answers. All I know is that Donald Trump is illegally shutting our country down. He's going against our Constitution. He has not declared martial law, which is what he would have to do to suspend our Constitution. And he's not giving leadership to governors, telling them to not impose penalties for going outside. Vermont is totally against the Constitution. They're telling people to get $300 tickets for going and playing in a play set. If you go outside unnecessarily in Vermont, you get a $300 penalty. I mean, what a socialist communist. Look at how Bernie and the Vermont people are. It's like they've fallen into the commie gap. One of the problems with Vermont is there's too many college graduates there that were indoctrinated into the Marxist ideology of the 1960s and 70s. Cool tech. Ding, 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 ding. One of the largest human experiments in history was conducted on unsuspecting residents of San Francisco. Oh, I heard about this. They put a fog together and they blew it right into the people. The North Tower of the Golden Gate is being seen surrounded by a fog in 2013. But one fact may not be known about San Francisco's fog in 1950, the U.S. military conducted a test to whether it could be used to help spread a biological weapon in a simulated germ warfare attack. Whoa. This was just the start of many such tests around the country and would go on in secret for years. You know, I noticed there's something weird in the air. I still don't like going outside and breathing the air. My autonomic nervous system kicks in immediately. I can feel changes in my lungs. The code stipulated that voluntary informed consent is required for research participants. Well, they didn't get that from all the people in San Francisco. So you can tell our government's up to no good when they do that stuff. You know, I have to remind you folks that these people have never been called out on any of their bad deeds. There's been no monitoring of our own government. Except for the Watergate hearing and the recent impeachment trial of course, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Trump owes tens of millions to the Bank of China, and the loan is due coming up in midterm in 2022. That's a serious problem. When you think about it, a guy like that owing millions of dollars to the Chinese and then doing negotiations over our trade policy, it's a recipe for disaster. But you probably know that. Why don't you let me take over the country so we can actually, get the country back on track again? It's an idea. It'd make life a lot easier if we all got back to work right now. Trump can't seem to make a logical decision. You were extremely disappointed when you received your product? The cereal was old and stale? Really? So you bought some cereal through a shipping company and it was old and stale? Oh, okay. Maybe the cereal box was more valuable than the cereal. They say there are more vitamins in cereal boxes than some cereals. You want Bill Gates played over and over again? Lindsey Graham? I think that video may have been lost in our file. I'll pull it up from memory. Hold, please. Accessing. One moment. Beep. Lindsay really likes Bill Gates. He has a certain, love of the man. He seems to like him for some reason, even though Bill Gates doesn't have a degree in anything, or healthcare, nothing. He was never elected. Bill Gates is basically
another Chick-fil-A meal.
Take your Chick-fil-A meal and stick it where the sun doesn't shine, buddy.
Here. Just want to say thank you for joining me. I'll try to give you some up-to-date information and take a few questions. And, until we get back to normal, we're going to be doing more of this. I miss being out, trail, meeting people in person, but those days will be back with us. We got to.
Jeez. Where's his wife? Oh, that's right. He was never married. Where's his girlfriend? Oh, he's never had a girlfriend. Oh.
Ways to go, but there is some light at the end of the tunnel. To the World Health Organization, we need one. We've got great scientists there, but the leadership I've lost confidence in. They've been too apologetic for China. And it's time now to get new leadership. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding.
Wait a second. Are you saying that if we had a guy like Bill Gates, you'd increase funding?
If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding.
Thank you. And if it's redundant enough, listen to this.
Bill Gates, 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 Bill Gates.
Okay, let's take a look at that fish fillet or that Chick-fil-A that he was buying there. Oh yeah, this is a real winner, If you eat this every day, you're guaranteed going to have heart disease or some godforsaken kidney disorder or whatever. Well, I hope he gets better. I hope he feels better with his Chick-fil-A. Jeez. He literally wants to hand the entire operation over to the guy who wants to stick us all with needles that are from cancer-ridden cells that came out of a human embryonic kidney cell. That's not a Chick-fil-A. That's an aborted fetus I'm talking about. That Chick-fil-A is a different subject. Yeah, aborted fetuses are basically put in machines and then centrifuged and mixed up, and then they decant it and get these cells that they use in cancer research because they're so carcinogenic. Well, they have an SV40 T antigen which activates other cells like your body cells to become cancerous. Isn't that special? And the woman that found all that out, Dr. Fauci fired. She's been exposing the truth about what happened in her research. It was thrown in the garbage. She found out that 28 million vaccines over the past, 12 to 15 years overall have been contaminated. Yeah. Clinic was raided by the FBI for providing intravenous vitamin C to essential workers. So they don't want anyone to have alternative therapies like chloroquine. They're even saying, oh, that doesn't work, when they didn't even try it with zinc. Chloroquine works great. I've heard people say you got to do it with zinc, though. Otherwise, it can cause lesions in your lungs. And sure enough, people on chloroquine have been tested out to have lesions in their lungs. They got to take zinc with it. It's essential. Alleged fraudulent COVID-19 treatments spark an FBI raid of Shelby, a medical spa. Oh my gosh, all they were doing is vitamin C injections. Linus Pauling did that. High dosage of vitamin C. They can't stop people from doing that. It's an antioxidant. It's better for than nothing. Yeah.
When a doctor prescribes a treatment for the coronavirus,
at Allure Medical, we're offering high-dose intravenous vitamin C to all essential workers who are exposed to COVID-19.
But some may say, beware. The FBI, along with the Health and Human Services, raided the Allure Medical Spa on 26 Mile Road and Van Dyke in Shelby Township just before 8 Thursday morning.
Allegations that the clinic provided fraudulent treatments for COVID-19 and that the clinic did not observe proper protocols to protect patients and staff from the virus.
Well over a dozen FBI agents armed with a search warrant, dressed in protective clothing, were seen taking out boxes of medical records and other evidence and sorting them in 3 makeshift tents in the Allure parking lot.
This isn't a typical evidence response team search. We wouldn't normally do what ends up being a little bit more of a document-heavy search.
What the hell? You're stopping people from using holistic methods to help people get strong? These FBI agents are criminally involved in suppressing valuable information. Linus Pauling dedicated his life to the benefits of the antioxidant vitamin C. And there have been no long-term studies done on the overuse of vitamin C. It can cause a little bit of intestinal problems, and you might have constipation or opposite of that, depending. Whew. Check this out. This one talks about the type O blood tests. People with type O are.
The border of Spain and
Oh, it's all about the type O bloods. Oh, yeah. People who are type O are less likely to get this right now. That's interesting. Could be a bioengineered man-made weapon going after people of type AB. I don't think I played that. No, that's a different one. Looks similar. So everyone in the world just agreed vaccines are dangerous. Yeah. New York Viking told me something very interesting. You know how Donald Trump said that we should inject disinfectant in people? Like it was no big deal and everyone laughed and then made fun of him? Well, it turns out that vaccines do have disinfectants in them. Formaldehyde and thimerosal. They're both disinfectants found in vaccines. Isn't that amazing? Wow, thanks, inventor Jim. Why 2024? Why not 2020? Are you going to vote for Trump during 2020? You don't think a write-in candidate can win, huh? What if everybody wrote my name in? Wouldn't that be enough votes to actually win? Yeah. I would think so. All we have to do is convince everybody to write my name in. It's not that hard to write. Well, she's not running. I am. She's not an official write-in candidate, Alex. That costs you your name. Yeah, thimerosal carries mercury in it. I'm tired of telling people the truth about vaccines and having people go, oh yeah, sure, Dave. No, really. I mean, there's huge problems with vaccines. And, you know, the CDC's had over 400 incidences of problems with reaction, bad environmental standards at the CDC, biolabs with absolute leaks going on. You'd be surprised. One in 2009 said it was right out of a science fiction horror movie.
Bill Gates. Bill Gates.
You're traveling through the other world of the Bill Gates fixation. Congressman involved in money grubbing. This guy is like hooked up to money. He got the taste of Russian money from Len Blavatnik for re-election, the guy who rigged the election, or he works for the guy that rigged the election, Oleg Deripaska. And Oleg Deripaska gives Len Blavatnik money to give to him for re-election. $3 million this guy's raked in from the Russians. So no wonder he likes Bill Gates. It's part of a New World Order strategy to push COVID-19 IDs on all of us.
Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Bill Gates.
Anyone have any requests tonight? We've got a couple of really good images of Kellyanne was humiliated by various people. Yeah. We've had a lot of weird statements from Donald Trump.
Well, we pretty much shut it down.
You know, a lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat, as the heat comes in. Typically, that will go away in April. We're in great shape, though. It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. They're going to have vaccines, I think, relatively soon. And they're going to have...
See that? He wants vaccines relatively soon. He wants to inject us with disinfectant, too. This is not a guy who understands the Fourth Amendment or the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, folks. This is a guy that's willing to sell our country off to the cheapest, lowest New World Order ploy they can throw at him. They're giving Jared Kushner and him a lot of money in the form of the COVID testing kits. They're making them with Martin Shkreli, and he's going to actually only make $3 in prison. And plus, let's not forget, Donald Trump is pretty much pushing forward a plan to install 5G everywhere. So if you still think Donald Trump cares about your health, I got to ask you folks, wake up. Yeah, calm down. You're going too fast. Slow down, you're going too fast. Try to make the moment last. I have a safer alternative for the 5Gs that nobody in the world is offering besides me. I'm offering Faraday shields and limiters for every pole and every downlink in America. Retrofitting the existing 5G network and any new installations so that they have 0 to maybe 2% field radiation. Right now they got a blast so big it'll blow your blood cells right out of your body. you have type O blood? Well, you'll have type whatever blood after they scramble it with a 5G network. It won't matter what your blood type is. They've done studies of 5G in blood, and they found out that it degrades the blood rapidly. When you get near the 5G, it affects your glucose levels in your brain. It alters your DNA in your brain. If you put a 5G phone near your head, that's dangerous. If you have a 5G phone, use it at arm's length, okay? Do yourself that favor. They're not telling us the whole story. And right now, while everybody's locked up like little scared rabbits worried about a dangerous flu virus that doesn't really exist, well, not in the way they think it does, they're installing 5G networks all over America. And I can only reiterate this over and over again. We saw another one recently. Videotape of it. Yeah. It can literally fry you. Yeah. Let me check my guys over at, whoa. David, what about your functionality? Hey, Mr. Walla. Yeah, I've been functional for some time. We're going on 12 years now. Yeah. I'm invincible. But now Donald Trump is retracting his statements about, all these, the disinfectant thing. He says it's sarcasm. Yeah. Hey, this isn't sarcasm. This is one dangerous pole. And it's got dark fiber in it too. All these things are really nasty. You don't know what they are. And they're all dressed differently. But when we put meters near them and they buzz like no other. And that means that those pulses could cause irreparable damage to your blood or your cells in your body. Does Donald Trump care about a 5G plus system? No. Does he want to make it safer or even test it for safety? No. He's way behind that curve. I'm way ahead of that curve. I'm the one who's talking about making it safer for all of us. I'm the one who brings that up every night. They come in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Yep. Odd, weird things that they just keep making new ones. And they just want to get that signal as far and as fast and as intense as possible. What does that mean for you? You get fried. You get fried when you're near the poles. Yeah. So having them put in our schools right now without our oversight while we're sitting here going, I hope we're safe from the terrible coronavirus. And then them having us wear masks like this. When they really want to eject us, just like the Rockefellers did back in the 1818 period. The whole Spanish flu was spread by bad needles. It wasn't just needles, it was bad vaccine mixes. Yeah, they had needles back in 1918, just like they have needles now, and they basically stuck them in people. And they killed nearly 100 million people, the Rockefellers did, with all these different vaccines. So it turns out that Bill Gates and his family have been pretty close to the Rockefellers. They've been pretty tight. Yeah, they have, like I said earlier, Gates's father, who's still alive, actually knows David Rockefeller Jr. and David Rockefeller Sr., who passed away. Yeah, so the Rockefellers were involved in the death of nearly 100 million people during the Spanish flu era, and nobody seems to be getting that information. I'm the only one talking about it. And now they're doing the same thing with their good buddy Bill Gates. He's implementing the same strategy. So, yeah, can we really afford to have these people, do things that kill people? Because Gates has caused the death of countless, well, not countless, 55,000 African children. I mean, how can a person live with having killed 55,000 African children thinking that he saved lives? You can write my name in. Yeah, it's all you have to do is learn how to write and write my letters in. David Sponheim. So for 40 years, they've been putting dangerous things in these vaccines and driving populations to the death. This is genocide, folks. Dr. Judy Mikovits went public with the story recently, and we got her on Thomas Paine podcast. Let's listen in to what she's saying.
COVID-19 is covering up 40 years of we put all these viruses and drove these pandemics through populations. Contagious cancer. Look at the exploding cancer rates. Look at Lou Gehrig's. We have bucket challenges, and all we ever knew was Lou Gehrig. You know, look at the environmental toxins, not just the viruses, but the aluminum, the formaldehyde, these mandated vaccines, that all liability was removed when Tony Fauci stood next to Ronald Reagan in 1986. So what it makes me feel when I look at that TV, you know, I can't even describe the horror. Why are these people, Robert Redfield, all these people, everyone knew they committed these crimes in the 80s. This COVID-19 is covering up 40 years of we put all these viruses and drove these pandemics through populations.
She's absolutely right. And she's the lady I was telling you about earlier that Gates, or rather Dr. Fauci, pretty much ended her contract. She was never working directly for Fauci, but he ended her contract with the power he had at NIH as the director, National Institute of Health. Well, gun owners are fully ready to defend themselves, no question about it, yeah. They don't want to feel like they're going to be attacked. And what is ironic, a lot of these pro-vax people think that, oh, we've got to vaccinate everybody against this disease. This disease has been out there since 2003, the COVID-2, they call it, SARS-2, has been around since 2003, and every time they create a vaccine for it, it fails in the human population. Every time. It backfires and kills people. So people who think they've been vaccinated are only being told that in our government, because we saw that White House leaked tape the other day where people said, oh, we were vaccinated in the White House, everything's good. Here it is again, I'll play it for you in case you missed it. It's really interesting. Leaked tape from the White House press room, hot mic.
What's up, Barry? All right, man. What do you know, Dave? You can take out the master. The case fatality rate's like 0.1 to 0.3 according to USC. Is it really? That's reassuring. USC. Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway. Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway.
Wow. They admit it. But what
USC and LA County Public Health come out with a study. They found that there are 7,000 cases in California, but they really believe that there are anywhere from 221,000 to 442,000 people who were infected. Really? Yeah.
So that makes it 0.1, 2, 0.3. Does a study think about it?
Yeah, just give it to them. So it suggests the case fatality rate is 10. It seems.
Wow.
Which puts you right in line with the fate.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
So it was a hoax. I don't think it was a hoax.
Yeah. And now Bill Gates, the guy who we think is behind this whole plan, even naming it COVID-19, certificate of vaccination ID. I mean, come on. Come on. It's so obvious. Right in our face. News Punch has a story. Bill Gates calls coronavirus pandemic 1 in memo, tells people to get ready for years of pain. So is he planning on releasing more bioweapons? Folks, we're looking at a possible alleged perpetrator of a bioweapon release in America and around the world. This guy is not who you think he is. He stole the operating system from a guy, Gary Kildall, back in the early 1990s. Or 1970s, mid-70s, he took it from Gary Kildall, and Gary had developed what is now known as DOS, MS-DOS. Gary had developed that, and he created a program called CP/M, normally sold for about $240 at the time. Would have been a good deal, but Bill Gates had friends with his dads knowing the Rockefellers, and Bill Gates knew somebody at IBM, and IBM wanted to test this out on their computers. Gary was called once. His wife kind of gave him the set price of $240, and they didn't want that. So Bill Gates grabbed a bootleg copy of his program, CPM, Gary's program. It was called QDOS at the time, the bootleg copy. And he gave it to IBM, and then IBM said, we want 2 million of these. And Bill Gates just copied them on floppy. Yeah, and there they were, the beginning of the Windows 3.1 operating system based on MS-DOS that was developed by Gary Kildall. And he ended up dying, was an alcoholic, ended up dying in a biker bar, and they never found the guy that beat him up. It's like some guy came into the bar and targeted him and just beat the hell out of him, killed him. So you got to look into the reality that Bill Gates cheated to win all that money he got. Yeah, that's a serious problem. What we know about when he pulled the operating system from Gary is like that you can't do that and legitimately get away with it, but he did. Yeah. So there you go. We are putting our trust and our faith in a person who's from a family that's colluded with people like the Rockefellers who were behind the Spanish flu, the vaccines that killed nearly 100 million people. And here we are in the clutches of the same game, out of the same playbook of the Illuminati or whoever they want to call themselves. So I say, realize what's happening. Forewarned is forearmed, and always realize that you've got to protect yourself. So be sure you stock up on survival stuff right now. All of you. We do know a couple things. This is an insignificant flu, yet they've shut our country down. That means that we are at a war footing for some reason. Now, we have to assume that the war footing we're on right now, where everything's shut down, is other than a coronavirus. There's some other reason. It could be that they want to install the 5G networks, like I said, in our school systems. They need the time to do that. That could be part of it, because they know that people will resist that. It could be they just want to take away our rights and subjugate us to, becoming worthless little clones living in a world full of genetically controlled GMO products and RFID chips in our body and digital currency and you name it. That's another motive. But the more likely motive is they put us in this position because they know that they're going to trick us into thinking that we had a major extinction level event, an ELE. What corruption would you instill? I'm not planning on instilling corruption too much. The whole idea is to end corruption in America, not instill it. Why do you think I'm running it with no profit gain whatsoever? I've never made a penny off of what I do here. Why do you think I've been so upfront about my simplicity in my life and how non-materialistic I am? I'm trying to teach you that the way to the future is through sustainability and getting honest people to run for office, not corrupt people who are willing to be bought and sold like Donald Trump. You guys made bad decisions these past elections, and it's led us to this place. I don't blame Donald Trump completely. I blame you for believing him. He's a known liar. He's been lying all over the place, and you keep... It's all fake news. He can't help but lie. Today he said we should inject our bodies with disinfectant. I guess he wanted the doctors to say, well, yes, Donald, thimerosal is a disinfectant. I don't think they wanted to say that. But in reality, Donald Trump is clueless. He's just doing what he's told. An ATP tie rack? Why would I do that? I have a tie rack in my closet. Do you want me to put the tie rack on the back here and show it to you? I asked Sarah one time, a long time ago, that she could buy one of those rotational ones with a battery that you hit the button. They're pretty cool. What are you saying? You want to see the president again? Sure. Let's play a video of him talking about how he was being sarcastic, even though he clearly wasn't. Clearly.
The reporters in the room about disinfectant on the inside, but it does kill it, and it would kill it on the hands, and that would make things much better. That was done in the form of a sarcastic question to the reporters.
So you were okay. You said you were being sarcastic, but some people may have misunderstood you. Do you want to just clarify?
Well, I wish they wouldn't. I wish they would. Well, I think I did, but I wish they wouldn't. But I do think this. Yeah, I do think that disinfectant on the hands could have a very good effect. Now, Bill is going back to check that in the laboratory. You know, it's an amazing laboratory, by the way. It's amazing, the work they do.
Incredible.
So he's going to check because a hard surface, this is a hard surface, I guess maybe depending on whose hand you're talking about, right? But this is a hard surface. And disinfectant, the disinfectant has an unbelievable, it wipes it out. You know, you saw it. Sun and heat and humidity wipe it out. And this is from tests. They've been doing these tests for, a number of months. And the result, so that I said, well, how do we do it inside the body or even outside the body with the hands? And disinfectant, I think would work. He thinks would work.
Okay, so he's not only not sarcastic, he still believes that disinfectant would work. And this is his response to people who are saying, wait a second, you want to inject bleach in people or something? Yeah. You know that Hitler did that in the Nazi concentration camps. He used to inject bleach in people's bloodstreams. Oh, yeah. So isn't it ironic how Donald is sounding more and more like Hitler? He literally thinks this is his answer. He's just repeating the same thing he said earlier.
But you use it when you're doing your hands. I guess that's one of the reasons they say wash your hands. But whether it's
just stop talking. You're just talking in circles and you know nothing about what you're saying. Donald, if you would just admit that you know nothing, that would be great. You can't admit it, can you? That's the biggest mistake of his term. And now we have a dog breeder running the Corona Task Force. Yeah, a dog breeder, a Corona Task Force guy. This is ridiculous. What has this world come to? Does it even matter? What's it all about? Alfie? I think I'm going to keep that Vanity Fair ad just in the Trump sucks department on our Flipboard. Thank you. Okay, so we're kind of at that standpoint in our life where we decide, well, are we going to be forced into being vaccinated? Hell no, I'm not. So you can join me in the middle of the political spectrum in our third party and vote against those two people and tell everybody you can if you want to stop this. Otherwise, we are going to be in a very big conflict soon. I'm reading from sheriffs across the country, like I said earlier, that said they will not enforce such ridiculous things. It's a violation of the Constitution. And there are a lot of oath keepers around the country that refuse to do this. They will not do it. So they're not going to get law enforcement in local areas to go along with their plans. So if they're planning on doing something, it'll be National Guard, accompanying tasks of people going door to door and threatening the lives of everybody they go to. A total violation. This is Nazism 101. Total violation of our rights. You know, I would definitely offer Larry a chance to speak on camera, but he's got to clean up his act. He does a lot of snorting during his speeches. Like when he talked about his relationship with Barack Obama in the limousine. He snorted like 3 times during that period. I mean, if he's still addicted to cocaine, no, we really can't have him at the White House. I don't want any crackheads at the White House anymore. We had enough with Donald Trump. Excuse me, Barack Obama. Donald is not a crackhead. He's on something else. There's a doctor. There's always a doctor that says something, but we talked about that last night. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but Donald's eyes are dilated. And it's indicative of a type of drug use. We're not sure what he's on, but it could be a lot of things. It could be, hypertension drugs. So I'm not going to say that Donald is into coke or crack or anything like that, but yeah, some people are concerned about his dilated eyes. Some people believe that Donald Trump has given the reins over to FEMA. I don't believe he can do that legally until he declares martial law. So, but if we look at the eyes of the president, and doctors have looked at this, they said that this is not normal for a man his age. A healthy man his age would not have this type of dilation. He has to be on something. Yeah, so we're concerned, and I hope I hope you get better, Donald, and I hope it's not something serious. But yeah, we need to make sure our president is not hooked on a drug or saying things that are not appropriate. Yeah. Washing my hands. Thank you. Donald Trump has said everything inappropriately, and he's driving our country into a hole, and there's no reason why he should have ever shut down the economy. That's absurd. Well, it wouldn't matter if he is a Manchurian candidate. It's like throwing kerosene in a Ferrari. Our country was doing very well, and then we threw kerosene in the engine, and now it's going. It's not a Ferrari anymore. It's a jalopy. Yes, I bought a brand new car. It's called a jalopy. So our country is failing to function, and we're going to be seeing food shortages as a result of this terrible, bad management by the president. There's really not much more to the story beyond that, other than the fact that he's pushing the 5G network with no safeguards, and I'm pushing a safe solution, a safer alternative, the 5G Plus network, which I'm pitching as a way of, limiting the amount of radiation, field radiation, any of us get. Can you play this at 10? I can try, yeah. Oh, I love horse videos. That'll be great. Thank you, man. Yeah, who doesn't love horse videos? That looks really good. I would love to be able to have horses. I had a great experience as a child at camp. Oh, a woman too. Oh, Jewel. Oh yeah, I know Jewel. Yeah, okay. I don't know her personally. I mean, we haven't dated or anything. Am I a brawny? I had a lot of great experiences with horses. They're very medicinal. If you guys are suffering from like ADHD or autism, like Rodney, or do you have that problem? Well, being around a horse can calm you down. Now, I had some traumatic things happen to me a long time ago. You'll read about it in my book. And I managed to spend about 2-3 months with horses, 100% of the time. And I actually got Camper of the Week 2 weeks in a row. It was traumatic, what happened to me. But I got through it. And the horses and my counselor, who was a real horseman, like a real cowboy from Solvang, California. No, I can't really get into the specifics, but it was a traumatic experience. And I spent 2 months with horses nonstop. Every day I'd be in there at like 8 in the morning, and I'd be brushing them down and saddling them up and riding them. And it's really medicinal. I'm serious. They say dolphins have the same effect if you're swimming with dolphins and you're suffered a major traumatic event in your life. The book will be released in 2027. I moved it up another 10 years because I'm expanding out another 500 pages. I wanted it to be bigger than War and Peace. Yeah, and it's like I want it to be the longest read on Earth. So long that it would take an entire lifetime to read. Tolstoy's War and Peace had pages of... Yeah, it's one of the longest. 1,225 pages, so I'll have to beat that. So once I beat War and Peace, I'm going to get to Apocalypse and Destruction. Yeah, it's going to be a sequel to War and Peace. It's called Apocalypse and Destruction. Oh, I gave out the name. Uh-oh. I'm going to have a ghostwriter. I'm going to have Tony Schwartz finish it off for me. He can write the last 1,000 pages. Yeah, well, you saw the old book. The old book is Hybrid Capitalism. It's still very functional, viable. I'm concerned that we're not getting enough traction in our economy. As you know, our hybrid capitalism idea talks about shifting gears and building an infrastructure bank, but it looks like by the time I become president, we won't have the ability to draw any more credit. It'll all be spent by the Democrats and the retardicans. I am a horse rider, yes. I ride both English and Western. You know, I'm very fortunate to have stood right across a theater lobby. In fact, he sat right behind me, actually. Christopher Reeves, the amazing Christopher Reeves. He was an equestrian. I didn't know him, but I went to the opening of The Doors in Century City, and you know Val Kilmer's The Doors. Thanks, man. And I was standing right across from Christopher Reeves. He was opposite where I was. And it was 6 weeks before he hurt himself, I believe. And he was an amazing guy. I got to tell you, I have never seen yeah. That's not Christopher Reeves' son. That's Christopher Reeves, but I've never seen a man in such a limber condition as Christopher Reeves. He literally did some yoga right in front of me. I mean, to like, he did like a thing where he put his palms right on the ground, and he got up and he looked straight at me. It was the weirdest thing. It's like, whoa, that's Superman looking straight at me, man, doing some amazing things. And then his wife came by, and I noticed she was smoking a cigarette. That was kind of weird. But she ended up dying of lung cancer after he died. So, tragic story. He apparently he went head over. His hand got stuck in the reins, and he went right over the horse, which is a common event. When your hand is stuck on the horse and you go over, your hand pulls back up and your head goes straight down, just like your head goes inverts like this. And he went right into the ground, and that was pretty much the end of his life. But his son, I hope he does something in acting. His son seems like a really nice guy. Yeah, there he is. He's all grown up, but I don't know if he's going to pursue acting or not, but he seems like a really, he manages the fund that Chris Reeves put together for helping people with spinal problems. I don't know, he did yoga in front of me. I don't know, he's showing off or something, but I've never seen anybody more limber than he is. He was really limber. So even if you're really, really limber and you're really in fit condition like Christopher Reeves was, you can still fall off a horse and break your neck. So being around a horse is very scary. If you don't trust the horse, they can definitely sense it. I don't have horses now. Sarah's not very comfortable around horses, so. But I would have loved to have had a horse ranch. That's how much I like horses. All right, so moving on. This is not about me. This is about the country we live in, obviously. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. The nurses at the hospital in Paris have done something different. An infrastructure bank would fund the growth of companies that hire U.S. citizens, U.S. companies hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. That's a unique idea that should have been deployed back in 2009. But Barney Frank didn't put any stipulations on the money, the TARP 1 and TARP 2 money that was doled out. And even he said that, I didn't believe that they were going to use that money when investing in over... Whatever, I don't know. Barney has kind of a lisp. So they have so much time on their hands in this hospital in Paris, they've decided to recreate the Last Supper. Nurses at a hospital in Paris took a break from dealing with the coronavirus patients to recreate Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper painting, with themselves playing the part of Jesus and his apostles. They must be really busy, to have to do this. I'm sure they're just overloaded with work that they couldn't help but gather and pretend to be Jesus. That is so wrong. I doubt they were doing any work at all. Trump Superman viral video? Really? Oh, really? So Trump is now Superman in your eyes? Is this a QAnon approach? I heard that Trump was going to, the QAnoners believe that Trump is going to be picking a new VP, and it's going to be John F. Kennedy Jr. That's right. John F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be his running mate. and other fantasies that come out of the QAnon chapter of nonsense. I know you keep saying I look like Jim Carrey, but I don't see the similarity. Not after Jim Carrey, lost his entire, whatever. I guess he no longer exists. See, Jim Carrey's 2 years younger than me, but life is not going well for him. He had some changes in his life, and he's been through some tough times. And as you can see, his face doesn't look a bit like mine anymore. Too bad I'm not cast for Pet Detective. I'd probably be better than him. I could talk out of my butt, too. No, seriously, the man is completely hollowed out. I don't know what's going on. I think he lost his soul or something. Aren't you glad I'm here, though?
Of course.
Thank you. Uh-oh. What's this going on, Howie? Somebody brought their... This is too weird. I don't even know... I don't think I could put that on the screen, no.
No, just close out of it.
Yeah, Misanthropy sent me that. Somebody brought their blow-up doll to Walmart. That's just so wrong. The horse threw him? Well, there you have it. He didn't have that inner peace going on. I'm a horse whisperer.
Yeah, you like horses.
And when I go up to a horse, I go...
I don't know if this property is big enough for a horse.
No, we're not allowed
Should
to.
we fence it in and...
No, I don't want a horse now. The thing about horses, they eat a lot, and with us entering the apocalypse right now, I wouldn't want to see a horse starve. I'd end up eating the horse, and I don't want to eat the horse, so... I'd rather just have a comfortable life. I don't even want chickens, because the apocalypse is such a drain.
This might be a good time, though, to buy a horse, like when other people are like realizing they can't afford to feed their horses.
Well, if you buy a horse, you might as well look at it as dinner someday, so I don't really want to eat a horse.
You're right, I'm nervous around horses.
And you are nervous around horses. I don't want to put you through that. Many people who are, they're big animals, and when you lose that edge of confidence around them, they can sense it. That's why they'll buck. They'll do that whenever somebody's not quite sure what they're doing.
Do you want me to get those back the way I...
No, you can do whatever you want. I mean, I personally don't like the way you set the thing up, but that's just me.
Whatever, I could see all the chats at the same time. That's why I set it up that way.
Yeah, but nobody's writing anything over there, and then DLive, it's always weird. It kind of like defaults. I have to shrink it and get it down to a different size. See?
Well, just scroll down the page or something. Or expand out the page. That's what I did, and then I put it behind the other chat.
Wow, that's kind of complicated, but okay.
It's not that complicated. It's like, yeah, like that.
All right.
It was behind the other one.
Okay. Morpheus, you are the one, Neo. Walmart photo is really funny. Yeah, it is. That was very important that we saw the greatest American hero featured. I can't get to that site, I'm sorry. You think I'm like the greatest American hero? I could be. I believe that we got to clean our environment, that's number one, and we have to build businesses around keeping our clean environment. I know that for a fact. I also know that keeping a clean environment means recycling, and Trump has dropped the ball on that, and so has the New World Order. I mean, we really can't even recycle now. We have to go to a market, and they insist that we don't carry reusable bags. Oh, it's to keep the infection down. Yeah, it's just... Well, I don't know how cool he was, because I don't consider that guy very cool.
I've heard some places allow you to bring in reusable bags as long as you bag things yourself, which I think is good.
Okay, well, if that's a compromise, but The Greatest American Hero was a TV show that was on TV for a long time.
Wow.
And this guy was the star, and during my early career, before my face...
What? I never knew that's what you did. Why didn't you tell me about that?
You wondered how I had so much money when you met me. You just didn't know I was like...
Well, you always said that you had, fortunes.
Well, I have many fortunes, it's true.
You said you have many fortunes. Is that where you got it from being the greatest American hero?
Well, I don't like to talk about my earlier life, but,
What the heck? Who knew?
I know.
I don't think you even have to do an overlay or...
It was a good time, you know. I enjoyed the show, and I really got a lot out of it. I enjoyed watching it.
I don't think I've ever seen that show.
Really?
No.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it.
I know, because I listened to The Greatest American Hero.
You had curly hair, yeah. That was before I straightened my hair. Oh, I'm not that guy, no. People thought I was, Dennis the Menace, too. People think I had an early career as Dennis the Menace. And I can see I had a resemblance to the guy. I mean, it was like early in his career.
Oh, when you were a kid?
Yeah, the TV show. But it's not me.
I just saw one down there.
Mr. Wilson. He has my same colic, though. I have the same colic this guy has in the back of my head.
Wow.
His hair always like lifted off his yeah.
Did that happen to you when you were a kid?
Yeah, I always had this colic back here. It's like, yeah, I'd always press the hair down. But no, that's not me either. I'm not a professionally trained movie star. I'm just your average normal movie star. Yeah, thank you for coming in. I'm going to bring you back to Sarah. We are protecting our First, Second, Fourth, Fifth Amendment rights. In case you want to know, this is about property ownership, and that's under attack right now. Companies are going under. A couple companies, one fitness place just closed down because of the shutdown in the economy. They can't handle the rent, and Pelosi didn't extend out a moratorium on rent when she put the $1 trillion stimulus package together, $2.3 trillion, which will be eventually $6 trillion by the time they borrow it all out. So we're still going on track with an infrastructure bank for 2021, but Donald Trump doesn't have any ideas like this to get traction. He's got Vince McMahon, the WWE guy that pretty much bankrupted WWE, to start our economy. So
in about 5 days, maybe he'll hear you. And
I hope they stop this ridiculous economic shutdown. We're at day 40 now, folks. This is hurting our economy more than you can say. People like Borplebite, he had to go to bed because he's so tired. Why is he tired? Because he's stressed out. It's just constant worry. He has no money. He has no way to pay his bills. He's like worried from stress. He had to go to bed. What about the person trying to collect the rent? They should get money from the government. All the rent that's due should be covered by the U.S. government right now. Absolutely. Why would we shut the economy down? What fool would do that? Oh, that's right. Donald Trump. Here's Sarah for more fun and talk.
Okay.
I never look tired. No. I do 14-hour shows a day. You're lying. I've been doing 40 straight days, 14 hours a day, and you're saying I look tired. For a guy who's done this much, I don't look tired at all. And
I look tired.
Sarah looks tired. I don't know anybody.
They were seeing me out of the side.
I don't know. I think it's derogatory. I don't allow that.
I was actually laying down in my chair. I was trying to make a chair that doesn't have a pillow into a pillow. Is that Howie? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. The apocalypse of destruction is redundant. Good. Tragic had horsed through him. Even though I myself said I look tired, I actually am a little tired, but, well, I guess David's tabs aren't too much. Are there any subjects that should be taught in school that you believe would improve the quality of humans? And this is Misanthropy's comments. I think teaching character improves the quality of humans. And there's a group called Character Strong that believes in teaching character. As in quality, I mean more considerate, more humanitarians. You probably expect me to say science or math, but I think creative, solitary subjects should be promoted in education. I believe art, music, creative writing all encourage insightfulness. With insightfulness, more people would reflect on the cruelty happening around them, the absurdity of ego, how pleasure is temporary and overrated, peaceful mind allows deep thinking, and if you're a pleasure-seeking freak, that ability gets taken away from you. I think there should be a class that shames narcissistic traits and encourages others to value human well-being. That is very good, because that's totally what I've been just listening to all these they call it the Whole Child Virtual Summit, and it's basically all about that. Like, this group that's putting it on, Character Strong, they believe that character can be taught, and they have these things called character dares, and they have, it's pretty interesting. Anyway, pretty interesting indeed. They try to teach kindness, and oh my goodness, David, what did he do? Okay, there we go. Oh, am I supposed to be? There have been very promising studies that I don't believe you, Trump, forever. Maybe he listened to it too. Yeah, that person, Misanthropy listens. Philosophy and creative thinking, also critical thinking, learning why it's important to ask why. Ooh, I like that. And then rear echelon, schools are just indoctrinating centers. Students learning to ask why would be counterproductive to their goals. I don't think that's always the case. I think, you know, some educators I know are saying this time in our history actually is kind of interesting and kind of cool, that it gives us a reason to reflect and go back to asking what is the purpose of education, and really, you know, yeah, I think it has some good things. Best practices for all Americans: more activities outside, sunlight impedes virus transmission, commonly available disinfectants. Oh my God, please, bleach and isopropyl alcohol work to kill the virus. Oh God, I'm sorry. Is it horrible that I'm like laughing? That is so funny. Oh, goodness. Move activities outside. Come. Wow. Oh, that's true. You did always used to say breathing in bleach while cleaning was good. You always used to say that. Like, Sarah, you got a cold. Go clean your bathroom with bleach. That will be good for you. I remember you used to say that for years, Misanthropy. Listen, the purpose of school, John Uncaged says, is not to teach children how to be better humans. School is simply a format to teach children subjects such as history, arithmetic, and English. Please help end the socialist agenda that is public schools. Why can't you use schools to teach kids to be better humans too? I'm sorry that you got in trouble for asking why when you were a kid. I'm really, really sad about that. The stream is lagging. Maybe because we have so many tabs open? Shall I start closing them out? I agree that I believe that home and school should support each other. And the role of the school is to support the home. So whatever message they're sending at home, that should be said at school too, unless of course it violates the Constitution, such as freedom of religion. Don't close David Smoochy movies. He'll be devastated. Have I done that? Probably. I've been granted access to being someone's aunt. Congratulations. Yes, I am an aunt. Okay, I think I'm going to work through his tabs, even though he didn't ask me to. What the heck? Oh my god. This is the... Oh god, I can't look at this. This is coronavirus testing picture. I'm just trying to flip it before I, like, freak myself out. Oh god, that's so gross. I have to get this off the screen. Oh god, okay. I'm so glad I did not expose you guys to that. Ugh. Okay, now I can maybe go forward. I still haven't done this. No, we don't have any teachers at our school named Flo. I was hiding behind my arm because there was a picture of a guy having the thing stuck up his nose and pulled out, and I just didn't like it. Well, I think that, yeah, you have a right to talk about what you think should be taught at school, but what about kindness? And do you think that should be taught? I don't think anyone would name their child Buffy in real life. All right, David likes that one. And that one. David's probably still going to do this hot mic one. And he's been talking about Kennedy for a while. I've never dated a guy like that, Shadow. I mean, yeah, that's all I can say. Honesty and proper washing should be taught better. And how to act in public. Do you think that when it comes to history, John and Cage, something like cultural literacy, what every American needs to know, should be taught, or should they just choose random history facts to teach? I tend to agree. Clicked up. Okay. I actually agree with that statement. Yeah. So true about everyone thinking people are taught that they're unique and special and questioning it, and they're like, don't question, just everyone's unique and special. That's true. Mr. Rogers did say there that you're special and no one has exactly your fingerprint. Okay. I don't want to save anything from 153 News, so I'm not going to. Alright, state-run. McFusler thinks state-run education equals state program children. Many streamers getting lag issues and punted off platforms. Maybe everybody's using the internet at the same time or something like that. Maybe this is the one that freaked David out, the 1,500 person contact tracing team. He says it starts with widespread testing. Washington State new COVID-19 cases per day up to a few days ago to 421. That was weird that on 419 they actually had negative cases, because they're like all those new cases were actually cases in another area. I don't know if I can stick with all your links. Ancient alien, the ancient blood types, okay. You're saying as taxpayers we're being billed for educating, for an education system, but we're receiving something else. Stranger has noticed the majority of people are no longer wearing masks. It's like we've become accepting of it, something like that. You can be taken away at any time and killed because the virus does not always have symptoms, according to studies. So they can just say you have the virus even though you don't, is what you're saying. I did even see that COVID toes thing. It's like those are with people that don't have any other symptoms, because people are home looking at their toes. This is interesting. Are they actually... This is just envisioning a park? Austria-based studio has designed a maze-like park divided by high hedges that would allow people to be outdoors while maintaining social distance during the coronavirus pandemic. But what if somebody decided to walk the other way? I'm sorry, Chicken has an earache. Oh, I don't know if Amber will reply to you. She's laying on the floor right now listening to my voice. Oh, the problem when you have an earache and you go to work, especially in the medical field or teaching field. It's like, I'm never going to go to work in a physical building again if I am not feeling, if I don't feel well. Shall I even bookmark this? I'll just leave it up. Do Amber and David act similar? David wakes me up in the morning and says, Amber's meowing. I don't know. I don't think they act like each other. That's really. I don't know. David loves this musk thing. Kitties are so interesting and you miss your kitty. Yeah. Meat shortage fears deepen. Tyson Foods closes its largest pork plant indefinitely. I guess we'll be eating less pork anyway. Not such a bad thing. I mean, I know people usually get pork because it's cheaper than beef, but it's not that good of a food to eat. Grounding for EMF paint. No, we're not that strict. We do not wear masks together in the house, and we're closer than 6 feet. With each other, anyway. I did not know that the World Health Organization changed their requirements for what's considered a pandemic right before the swine flu hysteria of '09. I do wonder if they had this whole thing with a pandemic, because do you guys remember when it was like they have to declare a pandemic by such and such date or all this money will go back to investors and it won't be used for pandemic relief? Do you guys remember that? I do. That was just a few weeks ago. Like it was like the pandemic has to be declared before March 20th, 2020. And they declared it just in time. Oh, it's a fire prevention video? It's like, get out of the house. That's cute. I listened to it without sound on. All right, this was really cool. The countries by GDP. That was from Misanthropy, and I'm not sure where to bookmark that, so I'll leave it up too. Experts fire back after Trump asks whether Injecting disinfectant can fight coronavirus. Can you look into that too, about the disinfectant being inside people? Like, what the are you thinking? Well, I listened to Misanthropy, who said you could just breathe in the bleach. Oh, this is where you were saying the World Health Organization faked the pandemic. Core. Bill Gates behind Common Core. Federalist.com. Bill Gates admits the Common Core experiment a failure. Let me look at that. I'll read that one. It looks like this was as close to an apology or admission of failure as we're going to get, folks. Sorry about that. $4 trillion in mingled years of education for American K-12 kids and teachers. They focused their U.S. activity focused on establishing and implementing Common Core. They spent more than $400 million and for the Gates Foundation influenced $4 trillion in U.S. taxpayer funds toward the goal. And he says that, oh, that's a failure, so now he's going to pivot to something that's not likely to do better. Wait, they're evolving their education strategy. This is in 2017. Let's see. I'll go to the actual blog. Don't read silently. You want to be included. All right, I'll look at this. This is the Gates notes, and this is back in 2017. Our education efforts are evolving. What we've learned in 17 years and how it's changing what we do. I don't know if that's really relevant, though, to today, though. Can I play the 3 seconds on this video, YouTube video? 3:29. Have you... If I can find that spot in the video. Okay. he wants me to play this. They're talking about World Health Organization filmmakers respond to Vimeo censorship. This is the World Health and notice she touches her nose and then she touches the paper, and something factors may include severity of illness. That's all you wanted me to play, right? Oh, you want me to turn up the volume, or did you just want me to show the woman touching her nose and then touching the paper? Oh, that's what they removed from the requirements for a pandemic.
La mortalidad se incluyera ese criterio facilitó el que se declarara la fase más alta de la pandemia.
So this was removed
Factors
before
include severity of illness.
Before H1N1.
Before
Die WHO hat entschieden über
So the severity of the illness was removed. Got it. Okay. Hello, guest 294. This is Gates claiming the scientific advances we need to stop COVID-19.
Yeah, it's a definite challenge, that's for sure.
Severity isn't it's not really quantifiable. Okay. I don't think David would want me reading that anyway.
No, I probably wouldn't. What are you reading? Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, how great they are?
No, I was just reading their, I wasn't reading anything, actually. I played a little bit of this, and
Oh, you played a little of that?
Well, like 3 seconds.
That we're not allowed to play anything like that.
5 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds is okay, I guess.
It was just someone saying, and there was no music. It was just saying this was removed from a certain document.
Yeah, they're
a little French speaking, and that's it.
They're censoring everything. It's almost like we've got to be very careful with our show, because YouTube has outlined 3 or 4 different things that we're not allowed to talk about, which I find very disturbing. But we want to keep the show going, so during the off hours, I talk about things that you would never hear on this show. So it's an incentive to watch me during pre-show and after-show.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Enjoy your evening. I turned some classic rock on inside the room, so.
Thanks. I'm going to finish grading my papers.
Okay.
Well, my documents, slides, whatever.
Oh, great. Yeah, go for it. You're really doing well with online learning. She's really excelling in online learning, Sarah is. That's her field. She got a master's degree in it, learning, internet learning opportunities. Here's a really good meme to describe the future of our world, really. Okay, here we go. Don't shoot, I'm retarded. Prove it. I believe I need an injection of the virus so I don't get the virus. And if you don't get one too, mine won't work. That's hilarious. Yeah. there's nothing more ridiculous than the Democrats running around going, "Hey, Shadow." They're going around with the masks on, but then they're really, really worried about germs, right? I mean, super worried. These libtards are super worried. I mean, they're like, "Oh yeah, I know, because I was one at one time." And they don't even factor in that somebody wants to inject you with the very thing you're trying to guard yourself from getting with the flu mask, and they just mindlessly believe that vaccines work. Vaccines have the most horrible record on earth of anything. And like I said earlier, the Rockefellers put together the vaccines that killed all those people during the Spanish flu. It was a type of swine flu that killed 100 million people, they say. Up to 100 million people died because they kept trying new vaccines, and the Rockefellers were behind that. And we can't help but notice that the Rockefellers were behind Bill Gates' rise to power, too. Think about it. Wow. Here they were, David Rockefeller and David Rockefeller Jr. with William Gates. So this has been going on a long time. Yeah. So this whole plan was put in place many years ago, and Bill Gates is really just a pawn, even though he's a bad guy from my perspective. He's a pawn who's got a lot of dirt on him. Well, they put Bill Gates in a very interesting situation. They befriended him with Jeffrey Epstein. They hooked him up. And getting a trip to Orgy Island with all these actors have gone to Orgy Island. We know who they are. We have lists of them. None of them have ever been questioned by the government. And Bill Gates has not been questioned by the government about what went on at Orgy Island. And the more we find out about, the Orgy Island situation, the more we realize that we don't know a lot. And the people that were there, being there stuck at home all the time now, they're talking online and they're doing a lot of group conversations and they're telling people what's going on. Apparently, Jeffrey Epstein had hundreds of girls there, and they're all missing. Bill Gates, Bill Gates, Bill Gates, Bill Gates, Bill Gates. Okay, how's that? I'm just saying that this is a nonstop situation where they use people like Jeffrey Epstein, who's in intelligence according to the FBI. They use him to get dirt on people like Bill Gates. So Bill Gates may have been an unwitting dupe to something that may have happened to him, and then he can't retract from it. He can't get out of it. They use it against him, and then all of a sudden a guy who wouldn't even vaccinate his own children, according to his doctor, is now pitching an idea to vaccinate the whole world and claiming this is the only way to fix a problem. And there's never proof at all. Obviously, with the Rockefellers, it didn't work out too well. 100 million people died. Now, there's a big difference between what we're getting in the skies above us right now and what we used to get. Many of you remember the good old days, right? Well, I do. I used to look up the clouds, and it was such a wonderful experience to see them. Now we see this. Remember that? All those cumulus clouds. It wasn't too long ago either. It was like 15 years ago we saw beautiful clouds like that. Now we see this, in case you forgot. Man-made toxic shit clouds. Thank you. So we're concerned, as Americans, we want to stand for what matters, and I think a clean environment, it goes hand in hand with freedom. I feel like I don't have the freedom I had before when I used to go out and do things like walk on the beach, and ever since Fukushima, I haven't even taken a walk on my beach. Over 10 years. I've got a beach 1 mile away. I haven't even walked on it. 10 years. And is the government checking to see if our beaches are clean with radiation? No. Nobody's even checking the air we breathe. There's a gross lack of concern for almost everything going on in America right now. Recently, a lot of elderly people have died in our country. I mean a lot of elderly people, and we just listened to a woman who claimed that this is the offshoot or the outcome of a poisoning of our population with bad flu vaccines over the years. That woman said that she discovered many of the flu vaccines that were delivered over the past 17 years were contaminated with cancer-causing cells, and now people are dying of cancer. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, they think that's connected to Roundup. There's a theory that it is. I mean, Paul Allen died of that recently. There's a lot of people dying of chronic fatigue or suffering from chronic fatigue syndrome. Yeah, and there's a lot of people with physical ailments that they can't explain. Well, when you look at our environment, there's so many things in our environment that are toxic that you cannot possibly say this is a COVID-19 attack. And even though the numbers show that it's hardly growing beyond a small influenza in terms of numbers, the reality is we are being inundated with 55,000 chemicals in our environment, and our government's never done anything to mitigate that, to make it better. That's a big problem. I mean, that's staring at us in the face every day, the fact that we are dealing with toxins. So our president is not even addressing that issue. Yeah, well, the lockdown has caused a lot of the air pollution, smog to dissipate. That's true. But smog doesn't cause the weather changes we've experienced. Smog is not the cause of weather modification. Weather modification is climate change. And they've been doing just that. They've been modifying the weather with heavy metals in the sky. It's been going on for a long, long time. Asbestos, yeah. What about zero-calorie sweeteners? How many old people use zero-calorie sweeteners? It's made with aspartame, which has been linked to problems with immunity. Your body's ability to fight infections are undermined by aspartame. There's a link between aspartame and other cancers as well. All these things have been rolled out without any oversight for safety. It's like endless. And then with all these old people dying, there's been no effort whatsoever to investigate the elder side. They need to investigate this. CCTV footage needs to be brought up. We need to get a team of at least a small team of investigators to look in to see if any of these old people had pillows over their head when they died. Now, if we find out that none of these hospitals have CCTV footage, and that there's no one who could actually, answer to what has happened to all these people dying, we can't be sure it's COVID-19, especially since Dr. Birx herself said that, anything could be COVID-19. 50% of the cases are very much we just don't know. You want to go to the rainforest and live with Amazon women? You don't want to live with a Yanomami, I assure you. Yeah. Well, the women aren't that attractive. They're small in size. Have you ever lived with the African bush people? Well, the Brazilian Yanomami people are completely different. I've had the luxury of reading much about the Yanomami and studying their culture. And sure, they have unusual facial features, and they no longer exist in their native environment. So you will no longer have that romance that you once had. That's like a kid, or is it? But yeah, the Yanomami have been displaced, and they're now trying to find work in Las Vegas, selling tickets to strip joints and stuff. I mean, it's kind of a tragic story, the rainforest people. There's a Yanomami woman looking for a place in this Western world. So it's not easy. So you're taking on a lot when you hang out with her. Wow, at least 6 dead after tornadoes hit Texas and Oklahoma and Louisiana. That's what they were planning last month. Remember the weather balloons and they did the weather modification? Wow, it's too bad I can't get that clip. It's almost everything's been locked out. Once I'm on a VPN, I can barely see stuff now.
This week, while the mainstream...
Well, I can see that. We'll play that. This young lady has been kind of a new voice in America on alternate media, and she's coming out of a thing called One America News Network, but I like the way she delivers the news, and it's always alternative. I love that.
Media was obsessing over states who dare to reopen their economies. Here are the things that happened that really matter. A new antibody study out of New York State shows 13.9% of the state's population has already contracted COVID-19. As of right now, there are 257,216 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in New York State, and 15,302 people have died. That's a crude case fatality rate of 6%, but if the true number of infections in New York is 2.7 million, which is more than 10 times the number of confirmed cases statewide currently, and 15,000 of these people have died, that's an infection fatality rate of 0.5%. But did the mainstream media report that this is a really big deal because a high incidence rate means a much lower hospitalization rate and a much, much lower fatality rate for this virus? Nope. The mainstream media intentionally tried to spin these results as scary. There has been an 8,000% increase in calls to suicide hotlines in Los Angeles, thanks to COVID-19 and the widespread economic devastation caused by the lockdowns. We're now seeing a 16% unemployment rate in our country. 1 in 6 Americans are out of work. Furthermore, a UK doctor says more people...
Oh, come on. Not 1 in 6. It's probably like 4 in 6 out of work right now. I don't believe that stat.
...will die of cancer due to surgery bans and delayed treatment than will die of COVID-19.
Wow.
The United Nations says hundreds of thousands of kids will die in 2020 alone from the economic downturn caused by the lockdowns. In addition to the skyrocketing calls to suicide hotlines, remember, a virus didn't do this. Politicians did. But did the mainstream media report that people died because of lockdowns? No. The mainstream media didn't say a word. New studies from the Department of Homeland Security show that the COVID-19 virus is weakened by sunlight, heat, and humidity. Which begs the question, if the science shows sunlight and heat and humidity, aka the outdoors, is the best place to kill off the virus and prevent transmission, why then are our politicians forcing us to stay locked down inside our homes? Yeah. That is anti-science. But did the mainstream media ask that question? No, they did not.
Nope, they didn't. And that's the sad thing is a lot of these new newscasters that are part of the original mold developed for CGI newscasting. Have developed a new look. It's very good. It's a good look. People believe this look. I'm just kidding. No, she's great. I don't know what her name is though. And I know a lot of you guys are like wondering, she looks like a scientist, yeah.
2 new German and Swiss studies claim the data shows the COVID-19 epidemic was under control before the government mandated lockdowns in those countries, because the reproductive rate of the virus was leveled out to about R0.1, which means an infected person is only infecting one other person, which means the epidemic can't expand further. And this reproductive rate slowed to neutral in Germany and Switzerland before their governments implemented lockdowns.
Wow.
And what slowed the reproductive rate to flatten the curve was individual social distancing measures and a ban on large events.
There you go.
But did the mainstream media report that? No, they didn't. Thanks to Democrats and a provision the Democrats put into the coronavirus stimulus packages, some people can make more money on unemployment than by working.
Yeah.
And you might think this was a terrible accident, but no, Democrats did this on purpose. Even after Republican Senator Ben Sasse offered an amendment to cap unemployment benefits at 100% of people's paychecks, every Democratic senator except Joe Manchin voted in favor of the bloated provision. And Democratic Senator Ron Wyden admitted, and I quote, "Supercharging unemployment benefits has long been a priority for Senate Democrats. Our proposal was not a drafting error."
Wow.
End quote. What's worse, Nancy Pelosi wants to extend this from July 31st through the end of September. But did the mainstream media report on this abuse of taxpayer money and how incentivizing people to be unemployed will damage our economy? Nope. The mainstream media didn't say a word. The mainstream media doesn't care to report any of that to you.
Right.
So we will. This week.
That's great. She does a good job. So yeah, very interesting. And then we have something else a little bit later.
This week, while the mainstream media was...
That's it. Okay, good. Whew. I don't know what her name is. It just says she has 602,000 subscribers. So the One American News Network is using her as their main person. Maybe check their website. Go there and check her name. Howie took a fancy to her. I know Howie likes her for some reason. Howie doesn't normally like women. Yep. So having not reported a lot of events having been successful, like Switzerland having lowered their count before they even started the shutdown, it looks more and more like the shutdowns were completely unnecessary and superfluous. Did not have any effect whatsoever, and frankly, I think we're looking at not even a big event. It's not a big problem at all. So why are we really locked down? And we have to ask ourselves some bigger questions. There is something going on the Elon Musk network. He's got a series of tweets that are going out right now. If I can get a copy of these things. Oh. Well, that's kind of strange. I lost my Elon Musk link. Oh, well. Okay. Oh, here it is. Check this out. Now, as you know, April 29th, they expect to be within 4 million miles, 3.8 million miles away from an incoming comet. We'll be getting close to the Earth's elliptical pattern that we are currently traveling on. This looks like a very close contact, and this is something that came up about 10 days ago over on Elon Musk's Twitter site. It says, "Know something we don't, Mr. Musk?" And has this thing right here with this new collision point. A lot of people are worried that Elon Musk is saying things that are revealing what they do know. Well, this is a very telling picture. It says, "Oh God, the economy." It has a person walking on the moonwalker. And he's looking at the Earth being hit by an asteroid. And it's like, what do you know? Are you aware of something that we don't know, Elon? I mean, is this asteroid going to hit the Earth, or are you going to fake it hitting the Earth? Are you going to pull off like a fake asteroid hit? And is that the extinction level event that's planned for the human race? While we all sit here like scared little rabbits waiting for the end of the world and then slowly taking our rights away? Is that what this world has become? That crackheads like Elon Musk know more about the future than we do? I'm pissed. I don't think our economy should have shut down at all. And I think you Trump-tards who think that Donald Trump is doing a good thing are absolutely utterly idiotic. And then you got Trump trying to incite riots right now. Michigan's telling people they're going to use force against people to force COVID testing. And Chicago is planning on mass vaccinations. I'm sorry, but you cannot herd inoculate our population. It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. So when they try to impose the Fourth Amendment or impose their will on the Fourth Amendment, along pops up the other amendments that will prevent that from happening. You see, what the government's trying to do, folks, is they're trying to create tyranny against our rights. They have not declared martial law. They have not stopped our rights or suspended the Bill of Rights at all. Remember when Thomas Jefferson, the real champion of democracy in our country, when he said, "When the people fear the government, there's tyranny. But when the government fears the people, there's liberty." Well, folks, we're living in tyranny right now. Everyone fears these people who want to run around and force vaccinate them. Very serious. And our president wants to inject us with disinfectant. I mean, this is beyond belief. You got something for me? It's hilarious. Oh, that's nice. We know now that the COVID tests are 80% false positive, that they don't even have a good gold standard to find out what is a COVID-19 virus, that they lied to us all along. And the COVID tests are actually really long Q-tips that they stick in our noses. Pretty messed up. I see Sarah got rid of that. Okay. Well, it's just as well. I've already played you pictures of people having Q-tips stuck in their nose. But yeah, Chicago planning mass vaccinations. This is not a good sign, folks, when the democratically led states, which are bankrupt, are suddenly doing draconian things like planning mass vaccinations. It's going to end in bloodshed, unfortunately, for everyone involved.
Finally,
I'm
we'll
sorry.
be moving towards this mass vaccination campaign and continuing to follow. And I want you to know that CDPH is already deep in the planning stages around vaccination. We've already bought the syringes. We already know where it's going to happen. We're thinking about what that's going to be. It's all part of this plan.
Wow. We don't need these people at all. Unbelievable. These are socialists that are working in behind the scenes thinking it's perfectly okay to take away your Fourth Amendment right, your privacy. Okay, I'll look at your video. It's hilarious. All right. Coming up. The music makes it 100 times better? Okay. I hope it's not copyrighted. Okay, that looks like a promotional video for the Army back in 1955. Thanks. I guess it's funny. Meanwhile, our country is being put in bondage, and you're having fun. That's good. They won't mass vaccinate because it costs too much. They don't have vaccinations. They don't even have the ability to vaccinate against this virus. It's mutating. Anyone who says they can send you a vaccine and they're going to deliver it to you, like the Rockefellers did to the people in the Spanish flu and killed 100 million people, they're lying to you. It's as simple as that. Well, I kind of laughed, but not that many. And then you got the bloody Q-tip. The guy gets his nose, stuck with a bloody Q-tip. Is that it? Well, they put an age restriction on this post now. Yeah, I don't even want to do it now. No, sounds pretty gross. I'll pass on it. I don't really want to look at the bloody Q-tip. Yeah, thanks. Got some weird stuff sitting here. I don't know what to think of it. Ancient aliens, blood types. We'll be looking at that tonight. In case you didn't know, the government hasn't told you, type O blood is more resistant to this potential virus than type AB. So we'll be doing a little bit of research on the origin of blood types and the possibility of alien blood types. Wow, that'll be interesting. Ooh, 15% of humans have a rare blood type known as Rh negative. See what experts have to say about a possible link to extraterrestrial modification of humans in this collection of scenes from prototypes. Okay, sounds like an interesting little thing. Amazon is taking your personal private data and reportedly access third-party private seller data to develop a private label product. And then Amazon said it's launching an internal investigation. Amazon can't even keep track of Jeff Bezos' penis picture. I mean, why? What can we possibly hope from them? You heard about that, right? I wouldn't doubt he paid some people to hold that back because it hasn't appeared yet. Nobody's seen his penis picture. I'm sure they accessed everything. Amazon is using all kinds of information. So that's scary. When they plan mass vaccinations, you know they don't know what they're doing. Like in our state. Let me give you an example. Our state has like a 52 to 48% ratio of Democrats to Republicans here in Washington. And the Democrats think that they can push everything on everybody, but whenever they try to pass a state income tax, and we're one of the only states without it, they never get that passed. So even the Democrats don't want a state income tax. So you rest assured most Democrats are not going to want to be forced vaccinated. But these mindless Democrats that are sitting in the libtards that are sitting in the governor's branch, Jay Inslee, he believes that he's just going to put together a task force of 1,500 people that are going to go all around the state force vaccinating people. Really? Now, let me tell you, every time the Democrats, who have a majority, mind you, try to push gun control, they lose in every single proposition that comes forward. They lose. Not by a small margin, but a large margin. So most people in our state of Washington are armed. Most people. even the Democrats. So they think that they're going to force vaccinate the people in America who are heavily armed. So in other words, they're going to want to violate your Fourth Amendment right of your privacy. Your body is your privacy. There's nothing more private. They want to stick you with a needle that they think is somehow beneficial. Oh, they don't even care. They want to stick you with a needle. Think about it. The same person that believes the earth is overpopulated wants to save your life with a vaccine. It's crazy. They could veritably cause cancer with the cancer cells that are in these particular virus vaccines. They have absolute chance of spreading disease with these vaccines. There's no worse way to get something into your body, or no more effective way, when you think about it, of poisoning somebody than injecting them. So why would the American people submit to being ejected by a bunch of Nazi goose-stepping socialists that think they can dominate the entire human race? There's nothing that makes me think that that's going to happen. And I read all the responses to this Nazi goose-stepping socialist, Jay Inslee, and every one of these people were livid. They said, no way, you're not going to ever do that. Now, I read like 50 different passages. Every one of them was just, no way, he's out of his mind. Screw him. Seriously. It's not going to go away.
You fucked up.
Excuse me. Thank you. There's some people out there that will never, ever allow that. So if these people think they can push this on us, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad day for them and for the rest of the country. This push by the leftists has always been dealt with by the strength of the American people and their solid commitment to their Bill of Rights. There's nothing they can do to stop this. So if they think they can stick us with a bunch of potential vaccines, dangerous vaccines, with mercury and lead in them, we talked about disinfectants. Donald Trump was not kidding when he said we should inject people with disinfectants. That's what thimerosal is, and that's what formaldehyde is. When they inject you, they have formaldehyde and thimerosal in those injections. Those are disinfectants, by the way. Thank you, NYPD, for making a note of that. So there's a lot of problems that are not resolved. There's no justification for declaring martial law, Ron said. You're right, Ron. And you know, when Donald Trump ran around asking his protesters to go protest, I thought, and I still think, that he's trying to incite a riot so he could have justification. You see, no matter what you listen to, whoever you listen to, they'll say, oh, Donald Trump surrendered his rights to emergency powers in the FEMA Act. Well, they aren't his rights to surrender. He has to declare martial law in order for us as a nation to drip into that evil place where we don't have constitutional authority. William Barr can't pass an effort that he's trying to put together right now. Oh, he's all over the place. In one sense, he wants to pass legislation that would, pass a law or execute a law that would make it so they suspend our constitutional rights. He literally wants to suspend our rights right now. The Department of Justice is secretly asking Congress for the ability to detain arrested people indefinitely, in addition to other powers that one expert called terrifying. And on top of that, the Department of Justice is now trying to sue so that the states could create more of a conflict with the federal government and create riots. So our government is playing both sides against the middle, trying to create a riot. Donald Trump is the only president in history who wants to create and incite riots. Never before has this ever happened before. Our nation has never seen this before. Now, I'm the guy who's not telling you to protest. I'm telling you to do what is called civil disobedience. Go out and enjoy your car. Because if we don't use the car, we'll lose it. I'm not threatening armed response, no. I'm just saying the reality is all of the people in our state of Washington, and I met a lot of these people, are very, very solidly against vaccinations. And if you ran a poll right now in Chicago, I guarantee most people would not want to be forced vaccinated. So the response is the Second Amendment, which is the guarantee that we have as citizens to defend ourselves against attack. So I don't know what's going on in the mindset of our government that thinks that without even polling the population, they want to go ahead and push forced vaccinations on us. There's just no excuse for that. They are simply trying to stop our ability to defend ourselves. And that's just not going to happen. You see, the American people are not like the English. They're much more, in England, they're much more willing to accept the the rule of law, that it enforces the societal's rules of, like, hate speech is enforced in England. Activity is really monitored. You can get a ticket all over the place in England for doing anything right now. In America, if you get a ticket, that's called civil disobedience. You go to a park, they give you a ticket. Take the ticket home and stick it on the shelf and just ignore it. They don't have the right to deny your right to assemble. They don't. If you think they do, then you're wrong. And Donald Trump can't take that away. Donald Trump should have exerted authority and told the governors that this is the way to handle the situation. You cannot make people do something that's against the constitutional right to assemble. You can advise them, like when they said you couldn't have assemblies over 250 people, or then they dropped it down to anything over 10 people. You can advise people of that, but you can't tell people that you're breaking a law for doing that. So basically, every governor in America is unconstitutional in their attempt to stop our right to freely travel and assemble. And if they try to take your guns away, there you go. That's the response you're going to have to deal with. So I think you know what's going on with everybody in America, and I know the people in America. Most of them really want their right to defend themselves. And there's nothing legal about a person wanting to stick you with a needle and inject you with foreign substances. So technically, an illegal argument, you can defend yourself legally. It's called self-defense. There's no way that they can harm you and inject you with some sort of a needle, injecting unknown foreign substances in your body that could kill you, without violating your constitutional right to defend yourself and your Fourth Amendment right of privacy. So I'm saying that's what's going on in America. I'm just giving you a description of what's going to happen. I'm not encouraging it, and I'm not telling people to be violent. I'm saying when they started down this road, they're pushing toward violence. The people on the left that want to force vaccinate the population. And there's no justification for it. Plus, this virus cannot be in any way turned into a vaccine. They've tried for 17 years to turn the COVID SARS-2 virus into a vaccine. For 17 years, we've known this virus existed. It's a bioweapon, and our government won't even allow it to be discussed as a bioweapon. If you haven't read Henry David Thoreau, it's a great read. Walden by Henry David Thoreau. You can read this. It'll clarify what I'm talking about. This is the most powerful book I've ever written. The most powerful book I've ever read. And I can assure you this book has influenced history more than any other book. This is what led to the British surrendering rule in India. This had a profound effect on Gandhi, and it can affect our country too. All I'm asking the American people to do is, hey, go back to normal with your life. Don't worry about these ridiculous unconstitutional demands being placed on you unconstitutionally by your government. The only way that Donald Trump could possibly implement a plan like Emergency Powers Act is if he had declared martial law. He hasn't declared martial law. Therefore, don't engage in rioting. But if you guys are, now what they're trying to do is starve us out. And when they get to the starving point, it's going to be extremely difficult to avoid rioting. That's the reality. So Donald Trump is slowly trying to starve us out, keep us in our homes, make us more and more desperate until they move in with their big plan. Well, civil disobedience will stop that. If we keep moving, they'll know there's a demand for gas, so they'll keep producing fuel. If they don't have a demand for gas and this economic shutdown continues, there won't be any fuel. Well, we're all living in the wilderness, actually, in a way. When you get to the next step in your life, you'll realize you're in the wilderness. Yeah, even if you're living in a house in the city, you're still in the wilderness. Doesn't matter where you are, you're still there. Look at all these sheep. They're so careful with their masks on. Bah! Bah! But they're not social distancing. You notice that? They should all be charged with social distancing law breaches. They should all get a ticket for not social distancing. The reality is, I have been as, I guess, ethical as I possibly could be within my life. I've lived with a code that not many people ever adhere to. And I've been encouraging civil disobedience from the start. Yes, that's correct. If you don't know what civil disobedience, don't try it. Civil disobedience is just ignoring somebody telling you what to do. If you're told you can't go to the park, look around, make sure there's no cops around, then go to the park. Seriously. Don't let them affect your life. They don't have the right to take our freedom away from us. They haven't exerted their rights. They claim that they have the right to declare martial law. Well, give it a shot. Go ahead and try to justify it. There's no way they can justify martial law. Nobody's doing anything bad. Donald Trump is inciting riots among his Trump supporters. That's wrong. That's a felony, by the way, for Donald Trump to go around telling people to protest against their government. What kind of a president does that? What kind of a president tells people to go around protesting their government? Seriously. If you can't tell a person who doesn't deserve to be president, I don't know what would be more obvious. You're not allowed to use that in their show. That's T. Rucker. We won't allow him here. That's a no-no. But yeah, I think if you look at the big picture, you'll realize that the American people are probably to get through this pretty well. We're not going to freak out. The Democrats don't have the balls to implement any physical violence against people door to door. Chicago planning mass vaccinations. The mayor of Michigan, or excuse me, the governor of Michigan saying that they're going to use lethal force against people. She has no clue. There are sheriffs across the country that said flat out they will not honor their governor's request to seek and detain people for walking around or driving in their car. Across the country, this is going on. Sheriffs are just not going to follow the orders. There's going to be a breakdown in command. They'll try to bring in the National Guard and try to implement greater strategies to stop local law enforcement. They'll encounter the same problem. Local law enforcement will side with the local people, and there will be a veritable war in the streets because of this action, illegal action against our Bill of Rights. I'm sorry, but this country has safeguards against being taken over by a new world order. They're not going to be able to take it over. Not going to happen. And it certainly won't happen under my watch. I never sided with Abraham Lincoln. No. I saw him as a great president because he managed a seriously bad problem. Abraham Lincoln was a sacrificial lamb in the history of American conflict. You hate him. And you may have a reason to hate him, and you have every right to hate him as a Confederate, former family of Confederates. You have every reason to hate Abraham Lincoln. No question about it. I don't have a problem with you hating him. You have every right to hate him if you want. I didn't think that Abraham Lincoln was gay. I don't buy this whole story that he had a body man that made him gay. That's just BS. He loved his friend. I mean, I doubt he wrote a love letter. I just loved him as a human being. They say he was gay because he wrote a love letter to his body man. I don't believe that. No. When you see what happened to Abraham Lincoln and how he suffered so, his wife went crazy. Literally nuts. Mary Todd Lincoln went crazy in the administration. When he was under the worst stress of his life, she went crazy. I see him as a sacrificial lamb in the history of our country. He literally, he didn't come into this wanting slavery. He didn't come in this wanting to end slavery. He actually was pro-slavery when he started this, Abraham Lincoln. So he had to make a full turn in his views, and it metamorphosized his thinking. And when he did, it was a very powerful moment for his Republican Party. Well, let's not forget, the Republicans were the ones that signed the Civil Rights Act, not the Democrats who want to now impose vaccinations on people. I don't think the Republicans in America will accept vaccinations. Now, Donald Trump has not made a firm statement that he supports vaccinations, but clearly he supported the idea of injecting people with disinfectant today. We know that for a fact. We also know for a fact that Donald Trump is under some sort of controlled substance. We have a top doctor who's analyzed his eyes and said that no, this is not normal. 8 millimeter pupil dilation is not normal. So Donald Trump is under some sort of a controlled substance, whatever it is. I don't know. It might be heart medication. I don't know. But he's not capable of making logical decisions right now. Clearly he blew it when he forgot that we have a constitution and he didn't tell the governors you can't tell people to stay in their house and order them to do it. That was where he fell short. He fell short when he decided to close off the entire economy for no reason. He fell short. His mindset has become one of the one world, new world order. It's now taking full control over the future of our country. When he became a member of the New World Order, when he sucked off of their corporate money and begged them for more, Donald Trump became their puppet. Those are very dilated. Yeah, it's not a light amount of drug use. So the drug the doctor said would most likely be what he's on. And I've looked at a couple of analysis. There's a few drugs that he was on. He theoretically could be on amphetamines, barbiturates, cocaine, or MDMA, ecstasy. That's what the doctor said. But other doctors said this could be possibly heart control medication. I'm not here to call Donald Trump a drug addict. I just know that there's something wrong with his brain that he would be running around claiming he should inject people with disinfectant. And then claiming it was sarcastic and then saying the same thing over again. It's like he went right back into it to reinsert his position. It's like, no, dude, you put disinfectant on your hands, not in your body. It's like, what's going on? He still can't answer the question as to why he said it.
It's washing your hands or disinfectant on your hands. It's very good. So they're going to start looking at that, okay?
But just to clarify,
they're going to start looking at injecting people with disinfectant, in other words. This is, you see his hands are like this. This is a sign of very, very strong defense mechanisms are going on. He knows he blew it when he said this.
To clarify that, sir, are you encouraging You're not encouraging Americans to?
No, of course, no, of course. That was interior-wise. It said sarcastically. It was put in the form of a question to a group of extraordinarily hostile people.
The only person who's extraordinarily hostile is you, Donald. You're the one that's running off your mouth off like you're on some sort of a drug at night, twittering at 3:30 in the morning. I mean, the only hostile person in America is you, buddy. No, it's not brainstorming. That's just stupidity. And Donald Trump has shown how stupid he is when he said we should inject disinfectant in our body. And by the way, vaccines do have disinfectant in them, by the way. Yeah, thimerosal and formaldehyde are in vaccines. Oh yeah, when they say they want to inject you with mercury, thimerosal, and formaldehyde. Along with, all the things I had on the screen earlier. Hey, I'd like to move on and start saving our country and getting the ideas out to get our country going, but I'm unfortunately weighted down by this unbelievably draconian totalitarian takeover attempt of our nation. So now we have to fight that first politically. Get me on the ballot or just write my name in, and that's our best shot to stop these people right now. I have no other way out. I honestly cannot solve the problems for you unless I'm president of the United States. So, but you guys have to solve your own problems. I just don't worry about stuff right now. I told Sarah, I said, I'm not going to worry about somebody, force vaccinating me or anyone in my family because I won't allow it. And if they were trying to get to me to do that, good luck. Not going to happen. But that's how everybody in America is who has the right to bear arms. Which means anybody who has the right to bear arms and chose to have their weapons, like many Americans do, and believe me, they are locked and they are loaded out there. There's so many people. There's 475 million. I looked at the new count, 475 million new registered weapons in America. Way more than the military has. Way more. Military doesn't have anywhere near the number of weapons that we have in our general population. So they picked, the New World Order picked the wrong country to screw with. Where they got their idea they were going to implement this plan ahead of time, their big plan was designed to be implemented once we were disarmed. Big mistake. They really think they're going to do it with the number of weapons in America? I'm telling you, man, I know people, not in my area, but I know people all around the country, and I've talked to people personally, that go out and do training sessions with their weapons every weekend. What the hell, man? We've got over 10,000 militias in Florida alone. Every state has all kinds of militia groups. I'm not in a militia group. I'm not encouraging that. I'm not encouraging violence. I'm saying this country is loaded and locked and ready. If they want to do this against this country, it's going to be a damn bloodstorm, and I don't want that for anybody. So I'm urging the government to stand down. Because if they think they're going to pull this off, and Jay Inslee, the imbecile that he is, thinks he's going to pull it off in my state, I know the people of our state are not going to put up with it, period. It's a poorly thought out plan that won't amount to anything. So eventually this whole thing will fizzle out. By the time the election rolls around, I will win the election and we won't have to talk about this anymore. I live in my body. I live right inside my body. That's where I live. Wherever I am, there I am, in my body. Now, the Democrats were so into money that they put all this money into this bill, $2.3 trillion, and they really want even more money. Even the Republicans want more money. Lindsey Graham's asking for another $250 billion in credit. He knows there's $6 trillion in credit with the Federal Reserve, so he's trying to skim off a lot of money. Most of this will go to large corporations, which will suck money out of small businesses and out of the state and local governments. So most of this money, the $2.3 trillion, will go to corporations. Nobody stripped me of my rights ever. I will never, ever have my rights taken away from me. That's why you were banned. I will live till my rights are no longer being honored around me. That's how long I'll live. I've already seen the future, man, and I will be president. I've already seen what's going to come for the future, too. And you people have no clue. This country's headed toward a much better direction. We're headed toward a cleaner, brighter, more peaceful future. And I'm going to make it happen. Oh, I was never intimidated by the shotgun. Oh, that guy caught me off guard, Space Shuttle. Yeah, I didn't have time to grab a gun and hold it to his head and blow his brains out. I never had time to get to a gun. That guy held a shotgun against my head with no warning whatsoever. He literally jumped out of his car, grabbed the shotgun, pumped it, and put it right up my head. I had no time to react. We got people out there right now greasing up their guns and reloading and and manufacturing their own bullets in anticipation that something's going to happen in their life and their family. I'm not telling you something that's not happening right now. All around the country, people are really, really pissed off and really, really prepared for whatever the hell comes their way. And I know the American people. I've traveled back and forth across this country 50 times. And I can tell you that the American people are not like you think. They're not wimps. You Democrats, you're wimps. So you think you can somehow decide upon the future of everybody else, and, well, we have to herd inoculate. There's no proof herd inoculation prevents anything other than contaminates people, like with the Spanish flu. Herd inoculation killed 100 million people in 1918 by the Rockefellers creating a series of vaccines that failed. Herd inoculation has led to the disastrous world we're living in. We don't know what the hell's in our environment anymore. All right, so this is the amount of money that they authorized in the Senate bill for food stamps. And by the way, by the time the USPS money for the Senate, they cut USPS funding entirely. In other words, the Senate doesn't want an election. They really don't. They're going to try to shut down the USPS by the time November rolls around. But all they were asking for, all the Democrats wanted, was a little bit more money for SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program down here. You know, the people, the 8 million people that had their food stamps cut before this shutdown, they're hurting something serious. The Democrats just want a little bit more money in this category right here, and the Republicans, the pigs that they are, oh no, just does this all the time, Jesus. Oh man, I just don't know why she moves all my links around. I don't get that. Every time I do the show, it's like a delicate setup I have here. I can't even tell you what I was going to go to. Unreal. Suffice to say, the Republicans want to cut that funding. They don't want funding for any more food stamps, but they want to give more money to themselves and to corporations. So the Republicans really are screwed up. They just screwed up royally. And the Democrats have screwed up royally, thinking they can force vaccinate the entire population. There is no way they're going to create a vaccine that will work because the virus is mutating. And there's no doctor or scientist that says that they can make a vaccine for the coronavirus. There is no vaccine for the coronavirus. If you think there's a vaccine, it doesn't work. Okay? So anybody pitching a vaccine, and they said it would be 1.5 years away about 2 weeks ago, anybody pitching a vaccine right now is trying to take away your right to defend yourself and your privacy. Anybody who wants to stick you with a needle is attacking you. Period. There's no other way to describe it. No one's allowed to stick a needle in your body under any circumstances. Period. Everyone has the right to defend against that. No, I believe that the virus is real and it is mutating. I'm not flip-flopping at all. You people just don't have the mental complexity to understand what I'm talking about. When I started this whole thing off, I said that there was a 10% bioweapon, 90% fear. I'm still at the same place I was at before. 10% bioweapon, 90% fear. Our president won't even acknowledge that this is a bioweapon. He won't call it a bioengineered, man-made virus. He won't tell you that people with type O are more resistant than type AB. Our president won't tell you that men are more likely to get it than women. He really doesn't know anything. And then he runs his mouth off saying he should inject people with disinfectant. The man is an imbecile. And you're listening to him like he's your gospel savior? You people are absolutely brain dead. And you know what we can rely on? How stupid the Republicans are. One thing we can rely on is those people are so stupid that they will start firing when they are approached by somebody with a needle. They are that way. So I can count on the American people firing back in a situation like that because they're that stupid. And they're being led by a man like Donald Trump, who wants to incite riots. No, Mad Dog doesn't deserve to be here. He told me my constitutional rights will be taken away from me. I won't live to see my constitutional rights taken away from me. I won't live in this earthly plane with my constitutional rights stripped from me. I won't be alive to see them. I just won't. I'll do everything I can to defend myself against any intruder. And I have those rights. And if you want to take those rights away and you want to put me and my family in mortal fear for our life, then you just push the envelope. It's not going to happen. No, my governor is more than a tyrant. He's an imbecile too. My governor is a wannabe presidential candidate that nobody likes. I've had words with Jay Inslee, and I told him, you got to get rid of the prison toilets that we have in our local state park. And he laughed at me. He said, yeah, right. No, I'm not going to bother with that. I said, no, you have to, because our state parks can't be looking like prison camps when you arrive there. We need toilet lids at the very least. We didn't even have those. Hi, Anita. Glad you're here. Okay. I'm sorry, you can't be in the show. Boy. Poor Anita lost her account. Well, you know, you lasted that long. That's not a bad run, Anita. You lasted till you could finally said, David, I don't think you'll be president. You just lost your account. I won't let you back in the show, Anita. Don't ever come back here, okay? Do you think I do this every day, 14 hours a day for 40 straight days and 12 straight years for not one penny? To have you tell me I'll never be president? You really expect to be in here, Anita? I don't want you coming back. Thank you. Wouldn't matter. I don't need people like that in the show. We're done talking about her colostomy bag anyway. So I think we've seen enough crap thrown in our face today. We don't have to, take a steady diet of it. I've got a bunch of videos for you tonight, but I'm urging people to engage in what is called civil disobedience. It's not violent protest. I don't want anyone to think that I'm encouraging violence, but you have to understand, no way. You'll have to understand, I am not going to sit back and watch people trample all over this hard-earned work that I put into this effort. One thing I really value, it's my time. And I've given you more than enough time to get this act together. And if you can't figure out what to do at this point, then you have failed big time. So yeah, civil disobedience is totally legal. You're not violating any laws. They have constructed illegal, unconstitutional laws in their own minds, thinking they're going to impose a will upon your right to assemble or freely speak out. They're not going to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm going to go to my website, Cool Rock, and show you what it's all about. If you haven't seen our show at all, folks, we have a daily show going on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, until the end of this nightmare is over. When Donald Trump says the simple words, okay, we can go back to work now, we'll all be back to work. But you know something? I don't think Donald Trump is going to say that. I don't think Donald Trump will ever say those words, because Donald Trump, frankly, is a puppet of the New World Order. And he's not even willing to read the Constitution and stand up for our Bill of Rights and understand them. He's not really an effective and a serious person, is he? Now, when he signed the emergency orders that put our country in a state of emergency recently, he abdicated his position as President of the United States, legally. He no longer runs our country, the United States. He technically is still our president under the United States of America's laws, which is a different corporation, just so you know. So technically he's still bonded as our president to fulfill our constitutional requirements. If he wants to somehow suspend these things and get rid of them, he's going to have to create or incite riots and then create martial law. That's the only way that this guy could ever do that. In the meantime, he's technically not in charge of the United States anymore. He's sacrificed that and gave it up. FEMA is now in charge of the United States. They are the operative solution now, as they put us at a war footing recently, and they're lying about this incredibly nonsensical issue of a COVID spread. Because they're engaged in a lying opportunity, the United States, in my opinion, is not a legal entity, in my opinion, because it's not representing the American people. The only thing that gave the United States Corporation the legal right to run this country is their bond in creating the United States was actually to do the natural function of the United States of America. So they created the myth that we have a United States of America. They have to adhere to our Constitution. We live in states that are also departments of the United States Corporation. My state is Washington, but the department is WA. Similarly, California is CA. Every single state is just their two-letter initials. Those are the corporate headings of the United States. Every single department in the United States is created out of the United States bylaws, not the United States of America. Your Department of Interior, your Department of Defense, all of these things were created after the fact by the United States Corporation. The United States of America doesn't necessarily have any provision for Department of Homeland Security. The United States of America has no provision for the Department of Interior. The United States of America has no place. So the Department of Homeland Security was created as a department within the United States Corporation. So that's all I can explain. There's no other way to describe it. The only other case in which there was a Department of Homeland Security was in the case of Germany under Nazi control. They had a Department of Homeland Security too. And that should be a clue as to what's happening right now. The United States is not actually performing their duty, fulfilling the constitutional laws of the United States of America. Therefore, they are no longer valid in performing those duties. And the government, when Donald Trump declared an emergency act, he basically gave up his authority as president of the United States. He is, however, president of the United States of America, and like I said, if this isn't going to change right now toward a better future, it will eventually change in a really bad way before it turns into something better. Because if these people think they can impose their will on the American people, they're going to encounter a huge resistance, and I guarantee they're going to lose. I will be the president in 2021, whether they like it or not. And I believe that this is not only going to happen, but it's the only way out right now. And I believe I'm a person who's been given this vision of the future through whatever means it happened, but I have the vision. I wouldn't be doing this every day of my life, every single day against all odds, if I didn't have this burning vision inside of me that tells me I'm doing the right thing. If you don't have that thing going on inside of you that I have, you wouldn't know what it even feels like to be in my shoes. When you have a goal that you're putting your mind to and you see the end and you see the end result, I actually see it all working out. But you have to understand, this is a long process and takes a lot of effort, and we will have to engage in civil disobedience and get to the next election to do it. But keep the faith that we've got the right thing going on, because I have made it so easy for you guys to tell people about America's Third Party, and so easy for you to come into our show. You can go to coolrock.com and look at our website, X out of anything that looks unnatural. If you don't like this box right here, you can move it around. It's all yours to play with, and if you want to refresh, hit the refresh button right up here. It's the best seen under the Dissenter browser. If you want to go to dissenter.com, that will get you a browser that will watch this very well. We've got the Vaughn live link now because Mark got rid of the link to our site on the Vaughn channel, which we've been #1 for 10 years. DLive is our other news site that we are taking people in, Mikey Bear. America's Third Party is our website that takes you to our poster, Join the Voter Revolt. And again, I am not preaching violence. This is an online revolution, folks. Strictly civil disobedience we're involved in. Now, I'm just doing what I can to be, as clear as possible. Supporting our Bill of Rights is the key. The guide here for us right now is our Bill of Rights. Our president is a lunatic when it comes to solving problems. He simply does not understand how to fix problems in America. He seems to be kowtowing to moneyed interests. We found out earlier that the president has a huge loan. He owns tens of millions of dollars to China. This puts him in a very risky position. So even our trade policy with China is in question because Donald Trump has a personal debt loan of millions and millions of dollars. I think he owes up to $600 million to Asian banks. I've evaluated his finances. I believe he owes $600 million to Asian banks and $1 billion to Deutsche Bank and a variety of other people like George Soros. Donald Trump is not a rich man. He's a borrowed man. He's leveraged heavily. He has a massive credit load. And he's taking our country into the same direction, bankrupting us right now. And if you really think that voting Democrat or Republican in the next election is going to get us out of this hellhole, you passed up the best opportunity you'll ever have to fix this country by having an honest man change this country for the better. If you can't see what I'm trying to do and the veracity that I reveal every day of what my plan is, and I tell you the truth every single day, if you don't see that, and you read him as some sort of a great leader, this guy took 15 ideas I had and tossed them in the toilet. You look at the plan we have for the fence, the 1,000-mile fence idea. That was my idea. Believe me, I understand the anger you felt in the South against the North more than you realize. I'm welcome to I know. You guys have lived under the tyranny of the North and the oppression of the North. The Civil War in your eyes was the war of Northern aggression. I understand your anger, and that's why I said, this country's not going to sit back and get forced vaccinated. You got people in the South that are ready to start another war. They're still pissed off about the Civil War. It's not over yet. So, if you really think that it's just going to disappear, no. The anger and resentment people have toward a government excess and corruption is so great in this country that it is a life and death thing for a lot of people. They're not going to sit back and watch their families starve like some of our supporters who are right now wondering what the hell they can do for dinner for tomorrow. They don't have any food because Donald Trump is an imbecile. I just can't believe people are still believing that Trump is their savior when he simply did the wrong thing. He shut down the country. And all he has to do is simply start it up again. It's mindless that he is waiting to do that. Every day he waits is another nail in the coffin of our economy. Every single day he waits is just one major thing we're going to have to get past. It's crazy what this guy's done, and there's no precedent for shutting down an economy. Now, I was going to ask this question earlier, and I wasn't really given the opportunity to do that. But how are we going to have a sustainable plan to get this country back on track if we really don't even have a virus spreading? And they want to stick needles in all of us that they don't even have a vaccine for. I mean, if this plan was thought through, it would have been it would have been a different beast. But what's happened now is they pushed a plan too fast, that they did because they were worried about their pedophile network getting revealed with Jeffrey Epstein and Anthony Weiner and all these other people involved. They are running scared. The elite are running scared, believe it or not. The more people reveal the deep, dark secrets of these satanic, Luciferian, pedophile torturers, the sooner we know about that, the more we're going to be able to nail these guys to criminal charges. They know that. They know that the longer they wait, the more likely they're going to be found out. And there are kids missing from the Jeffrey Epstein Island situation. We have interviews, which I'll be playing later, of people that were there at the Epstein Island. They said all these kids, all these girls are gone. They disappeared. There's a very strong likelihood that Jeffrey Epstein had a murdering machine going on there. Torture and murder. And we have evidence of that. And because of that, these people have stepped up their plan ahead of schedule. Believe me, they never wanted to impose this plan right now. This is way ahead of schedule. So because they're doing it recklessly and because they're scared, their plan will fail. I guarantee it. The New World Order will not take over this country. I assure you, they will be stopped. And then their ass will be rooted out of every hellhole that they're hiding in underground, and we will go after every one of these scumbags who think they could commit genocide and not get detected. Starting with Bill Gates, if indeed he's doing that. So there is no sustainability plan once a virus is put to a point where it's like a minimal risk. Oh, so they start the economy up again, and all of a sudden, what do they do when the virus spreads again? The Swedish method is working. They've been rolling through with restaurants open. Their economy is rolling along fine. The Swedish method's actually seeing less COVID-19 deaths, equal or better than Norway, which is a complete lockdown state right now. So Sweden is doing great. Norway sucks. Norway is like us. Yeah, well, yeah, I hope you cuddle up and read some educational videos, but I can tell you that right now is a good time to enjoy life. Don't worry about what's going to happen if some guy comes to your door. You'll have to deal with it then. In the meantime, enjoy life. Don't worry about what's coming. Worrying about it right now won't make your life any better right now. What will make your life better is if you start to get back to normal. Now, continue doing social distancing. I have no problem with standing 6 feet away from people. Continue wearing your face mask whenever you go outside, because I really don't know if these people are that sick, they're going to spray chemicals in the air. So I actually wear this when I go outside. I have better masks, too, that I wear. Do whatever is necessary to make your life feel as normal as possible. That's my recommendation to you. And engage in civil disobedience if it comes down to you need to go to the store and you may not need everything. you may have food in your refrigerator and you may not need something else. But if you want to go to the store and buy something else, the store needs your business, okay? Yeah, this is part of an initiation ritual. The whole mask thing was something that they put together. The Eurovision was released. I can't even play it tonight. They'll kick me off YouTube if I play it. But when I showed you the Eurovision with Madonna from 2019, they actually they foreshadowed and did predictive programming of what they were planning on doing. This is designed to make us look like we're enslaved. This is an enslavement. This is actually an enslavement signal to them. But no, it isn't actually. You see, they're willing to dump whatever they want in our atmosphere. We already know they dump chemtrails in our atmosphere daily. We know that. We know that any number of things could be in the chemtrails, including viruses. We know that too. So by putting the mask on, you're not enslaving yourself. You're actually protecting yourself. By not spending a lot of time outdoors, stay indoors most of the time, you're actually protecting yourself. What do you think the first thing they said when this whole thing went down, when Donald Trump shut the economy down? Oh, terrible thing. They said to go outside and enjoy yourself. Well, I wouldn't go outside and enjoy yourself. I'd stay in your car. And I'll tell you why. The car is a Faraday cage and can prevent major radiation from getting to your body. There's a good reason why you should stay in your car. Until we get limiters put on the 5G network, and I've got a very strong plan to do that, the safer alternative, 5G plus, the plan will actually limit the amount of field radiation that you get from the 5G towers, and will put limiters so that they can't be weaponized. And until I have this in place, it's not really safe to be outside your car. I'm sorry to say, but our government's done nothing to prevent this dangerous stuff from happening. We've seen nothing but bizarre misuse of radio frequencies and a general lack of regard for safety. No testing on even animals to see if it's safe. So in my opinion, I won't trust going out because I don't know what's going on out there, whether it's a chemical or some sort of a 5G radiation band that's out there. So I drive in my car. I enjoy the car. It gives me protection. Your car will definitely provide you with that Faraday cage effect. And simply put, you're the turtle. The shell is your cover, okay? Your car is your turtle around you. It's it's the shell. And what it does, it dissipates, the metal around your car dissipates any radio frequency stimulation that may be affecting you or your family. I say, stay in your car. If you're going to protest, do the honk thing, and like Michigan, run around honking your horn. There's no law against it. You can certainly do it. All right? If you want to protest, that's the way to protest. Not out of your car. Don't walk around. Don't put yourself at risk. And please don't get in a situation where you're rioting, because the police will come in and hurt you. They will. Don't even go there. And if they don't riot, America doesn't riot, Donald Trump cannot pass martial law, and the election will be going forward in November. All of you can tell all your friends to write my name in, and we may have a transformation, a revolution occur in our America. I assure you, my intentions are good for this country. I want our environment to be clean. I want your kids to be safe. I want all of us to be breathing fresh air and drinking fresh water. These global elitists, they want to poison the earth, they want to dump chemicals on our heads, and they want to take out good people like you and I and kill us with vaccines. That's their intention. I've had people come into my room and say that they're Satanists and that they're going to kill me, they said. And they're going to cut my heart out and they're going to eat it. They tell me that. This is what people tell me. I'm not kidding. I get 3 to 4 death threats a day on average. Today I haven't had any, but they may come in tonight. There are people so sick that that's what they say to me. Now, I don't care what kind of person says that, other than the fact that they're mentally deranged and they don't deserve to be walking on the same plane I'm walking on. That's true, Akira. This is what happens to me. They tell me that they're going to ritualistically kidnap me and torture me and take my heart out and eat it. That's what they tell me. I have a compilation of all the death threats, and I don't play them because I'm not proud of the fact that people threaten to kill me all the time. I really don't want anyone to know all this stuff that goes on behind the scenes. But that's what I hear a lot. Not just a little, but a lot. They actually threaten to do that. I'm always doing the show, and I'm very, very careful, but I can tell you I've got full security around me. I have a perimeter, I have thermographic scanners, I can check for motion detection. I've got at least 10 cameras active at any time with redundant servers that are running on backup battery. Every license plate that comes near me is all recorded in the cloud as well as in a hard drive space that's hidden. I can't tell you any more than that, other than the fact that these people really want me dead. They know that I'm their greatest threat. I'm the one person that can stop their New World Order plan. And if you get behind this third-party effort, you'll be part of what I'm doing. And I'll make sure that all of you have places that you can work at in the upcoming new economy that will be reborn out of the ashes of this hellhole that Donald Trump is creating. I never would have shut the country down. Somebody said, what would you have done in this instance, Dave? I said, well, 14 weeks ago. Yeah, 14, actually, more like 15 weeks ago, I said to stop all travel into the United States. All travel. Well, Trump must have heard me, because 5 weeks later he said, we're stopping flights from Wuhan, China. Well, that wasn't enough. And it was never enough. Donald Trump waited too long. And whatever came into this country, I tracked it coming in every single week. We saw the Flight 24 radar data. I will say this, that my efforts of exposing that have helped. They have gotten down to just cargo planes for the most part. There's a few passenger jets coming in from London still, and that shouldn't be happening. But for the most part, we've stopped a lot of passenger jets, finally. But 500,000 people came into this country, potentially infecting us from China and other countries. So I would have stopped all travel into our country. I would have kept state-to-state travel. That would have continued to go, no problem. I would not have a problem with that. But I never would have shut the economy down, and I would have issued not a mandate, but a recommendation for 6 feet apart. This whole overreaction by our economy and our government has been absolutely absurd. And the numbers of deaths dropped off immediately in China and Russia, which means China and Russia are probably complicit in the triangle of the New World Order, which is China, Russia, and the U.S. oligarchs. Now, because these people don't have any clue as to how to stop me, they come in and resort to name calling. Thank you, Akira, for being nice. You balance out the bad people here. I have it. I have all the camera footage of the raid on my house. Yep. I'll be using that in court someday. I don't plan on suing them right now. There's no statute of limitations on the case because they never filed a police report. Stupid beyond belief. Had they filed a police report, I had only 3 years to file, but now there's no statute of limitations. I will be taking them to court eventually. It doesn't matter. Could be 7 years. Doesn't matter. There is no statute of limitations on fraud. They committed fraud when they attacked me. I have reason to believe that they did it as a payback because I ran an election against one of their own, a sheriff. We have recorded threats of the sheriffs in our room the week before the attack on our show, the SWAT. And they claim to be local sheriffs in the room, saying they're going to get me. I have proof of that. Hey, all you need to do is get somebody to call in, a legitimate person. I have a phone number, 707-YOUR-ATP. I have years of experience in radio and television, and I can take the call from there, no problem. But the thing is, most people are very intimidated by talking to me. So that's why I don't get a lot of calls. Well, you can try. You know, I've had a lot of people try to do things. Remember, there's a gag order on anybody trying to run a campaign or any type of a show with me in it. Everybody who ran videotape of my show or me has lost their job in the media. The two women that arrived at my door, they both have, their whole career has gone down the toilet. I didn't do anything, but they have a gag order against doing any interviews with me. I've had numerous radio shows lined up, and they said they can't hear me, and so I called them up on a cell phone. We still can't hear you. Yeah, right, sure. It's what people do. This is what is going on above LA right now. This is John Graff making more videotapes of this weird weather that's being dumped in our face. Chemtrails dumped on our head every day. This is what happened in your area today. Weird.
Look at this. This is John in Los Angeles.
Hey, John.
I'm in Rolling Hills, California.
That's my old stomping ground. I grew up in this area. That's a mall I used to go to when I was a kid.
Right now it's about 3:30 on April 24th. Feeling like the last man on earth, by the way, at the movie theater here. There's nobody here. There used to be people around the fountains and all this stuff out here. Just look at this.
It's crazy.
Dead zone. So they've taken everything away. Your beaches, your movies, your parks, recreation, bike paths, you name it. And this morning, I got up, I heard some noise outside, and there were these crews with these machines spraying goop in the cracks in the road. I mean, it was burnt rubber, like it smelled like burnt rubber everywhere. So I went outside, and I was hassling them, you know? I said, where's your safety data sheet and all that stuff? We don't have one. They're trying to tell me that this is only as toxic as tires. Yeah? Well, it smells like tires. It smells like burning tires. So I'm talking to them. And they called the police on me, of course, because they thought I was hassling them. I was just asking because I'm tired of being poisoned from every freaking angle. They're getting away with it. With all this lockdown stuff, I see the 5G guys out here and all this stuff, people doing stuff to the streets that we don't know what they are and whatnot. But anyway, so they call the police, right? So I'm standing there with my camera and all that stuff, and the police comes up to me and he gets out of the car. He goes, how can we help you? And I told him that I thought what they were doing was toxic. And he goes, well, I agree with you on that. I don't have jurisdiction to do that. And then I said, you ever see them spray the sky? And as soon as I said that, he lit up. He lit up like a Christmas tree, and he talked about everything. All the stuff you're looking at in the sky here. We talked about the chemtrails. And I noticed he didn't have a mask on at all. And I said, so you're not wearing a mask? And he leans into me with his big smile. He looked like The Rock, or that big muscly guy. And he goes, I'm not wearing a mask. This is a hoax. And I was so happy to hear that. So we had the best conversation. Wow. Talked about everything, UFOs, you name it.
Wow.
And he shook my hand, and the people that called the police on me were like pissed off because he was being so nice to me. So that was a good day. And one other thing today, I was in my market that I always go, Mother's Market. And
oh, I love Mother's Market. That's great. Yeah.
There's two ladies in there without masks on, right? So I said, wow, guys, you're not wearing masks, huh? Good. And they said the same thing as the police officer. He said, no, it's a hoax. Wow. And so we had a great conversation there, talked for quite a while. And then the manager comes over and he says, you three got to wear a mask in here. It's a mandate. The governor mandated the mask. Who is a grocery store employee? How is he allowed to make you wear a medical mask? Shouldn't it be from a health expert or something? But this is ridiculous. The masks are going to be the next epidemic. I'm telling you guys, the masks are harming people. You're rebreathing everything over and over again. You're getting no oxygen. And people are jogging in these things. Can you imagine? Look at all this stuff in the sky. I just came from Whole Foods over there too. Everybody's in line. It's 1,000,000-degree heat. And then I see spray every now and then, and this stuff in the sky. It's all that. And they're making them stand out there in this heat with their masks on, sweat and snot coming out of their nose and everything. It's great. Anyway, sorry it's not that interesting of a visual here, but I just wanted to tell you my day.
I was at that mall in the 1980s, 88, and I was right at that mall right there, and I looked up and I saw Valerie Harper shopping that day. Valerie Harper looked right at me, and I looked right at Valerie Harper, and you know, she just passed away recently of brain cancer. The lady who played Rhoda, she used to live up in that area. Well, thank you. John Graff is always great to listen to. I welcome his videos. I would be like John Graff right now. If I were in LA, I'd be doing the same thing he's doing, so go for it. I do something different here because it's what I meant to do. I'm not starstruck. No, I actually, I've met a lot of stars. I'm not starstruck. No. I've partied with people who are famous people, and it's not like a big deal for me. The final word I want to say to you, and it really sums it all up. If the people of this country are left alone, they're fine. They're absolutely fine. We're good people. We don't need this oppressive socialist libtard mindlessness, forcing COVID testing on people, forcing COVID vaccines that aren't even made on people, and that will never be made because like I said, the virus is mutating. So it's an RNA mutation of the virus. They can't make a vaccine for this. They never will be. Another thing I want to just say is that I drive through my neighborhood and I see all these people doing this great job of keeping their yards nice right now. And I'm absolutely blown away by how wonderful people are when they're just left alone. And I'll leave you with that thought, okay? But when these scumbags want to take over our country and tell us what to do and install dangerous 5G networks in our cities and our communities without even testing it on animals, and now want to force your kids to be experiencing this terrible, dangerous 5G radiation that's 20 times worse than what we have today, and they're putting up cell towers like this all across the country, or like any number of, they've got all kinds of designs for cell towers. We're going to make sure we retrofit 5G plus systems around these cell towers so that we'll make sure that they are safe. Will basically be a wire cages around every unit. That's one of the ways, and we'll put limiters on the amount of frequency that'll come out at you. So that's the future for America if you choose me as your president. If not, welcome to the fry zone. The future will be about frying. Your brain, your lives, your futures, it'll all be burnt to hell. If you don't come up with a good leader, you're relegated to have this imbecile run around telling people he's going to stick disinfectants in our body and then claiming it's sarcastic and then talking about it again like it was some real good idea. Unbelievable. The guy is a total imbecile beyond even my wildest comprehension. I can't imagine a guy like that running for president, let alone getting to presidency. The only way Donald Trump achieved his goals is by cheating and promising things to people and lying and stealing my ideas. That's how Donald Trump got to our highest pinnacle of his own incompetence. The place where he could easily destroy a nation as important as America. And if you still believe in Donald Trump as your president, you are beyond a fool, and you will pay the price of your stupidity, unfortunately. But it's never too late to change. Thanks for coming in, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow at the regular time at 11 a.m. But I'll be in the show till 1 a.m. to finish off all the videos we've got to see. Thank you for coming in. Take care.
America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.